Okay. Make sure my other audio's good. Hell yeah, it is. Okay. Just waiting for Mr. Girl. We're gonna be talking about physics. My approach after watching the Hotline last night isn't nearly as combative. I don't know if you caught the Hotline last night, but he said some stuff that I heavily empathized with. So before I disagree with him, I want to try to flesh out why he thinks what he thinks a little bit better, um, and then go from there. Um, it seems to me that the way that people have responded to uh, all of the physics stuff, including myself, I'm definitely not innocent in that, is in a way that I really, really, really hate uh, how people respond to me when I say things that are important to me in real life. Um, when I say I hate it, it really hurts my feelings. Like if I tell somebody something and they just outright dismiss it, it's usually the case of me telling somebody, hey, I want you to know that when you did this or when you do this, this hurts my feelings a lot. And I'm like, I don't do that, or that's not what's happening. Even if they disagree, it bothers me a lot that they won't just say, well, why do you think that? Because it's not, it's like saying, I disagree, and also, I don't give a fuck about you. Um, and that's a really shitty thing to hear. So I don't want to be that kind of person, especially not somebody that I respect. So I'm gonna try to give some space to have these ideas fleshed out because I don't disagree with all the things that he's saying now as much as I did then either. So I think that it's going to be more productive and more interesting this way as well. Which doesn't mean that I'm not going to also get really upset either. I still may very well get really upset with some of this stuff. I'm not sure. Okay, give me 1 second. I was just talking about it, uh, but hang on. I'm calling it right now. And after it answers, I'll pop this out and put it up on the stream. I only have two cameras, so I can only, or I only have two monitors, so I can only do so much. Oh, he didn't answer. Okay, there we go. Okay, give me 1 sec. Oh,
Yeah.
start my camera. Hey,
Hey.
all right, give me 1 second to pop you out and
Do it.
hide myself. Do you see yourself when you're streaming? Do you have your camera on Discord?
I see myself right now. What is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I can't stand that. It drives me crazy. Very
Seeing
distracting.
yourself?
While I'm like if I choose to look over, it's one thing, but if I'm talking to the other person, I can see a little me. Yeah, it drives me bonkers.
Usually when I look over, I'm just looking at myself.
I
Like
do
right now,
check.
I'm looking at my. You're not even on this monitor yet.
I'm
I'm
usually
mostly
looking to
just
see if my hair's fucked up.
yeah.
Uh, okay, now
Uh,
I think they.
yeah. I'm just I look at myself a lot when I'm streaming.
Uh, and I check to see if I'm looking in a direction that makes sense too, which is hard to do.
You
You got to
look
be
right at the
fast
camera.
about it.
That makes sense.
Uh, yeah, but sometimes I have to look at I look at the person a lot. Like if I'm
Yeah.
talking to you, I'm looking at you.
I look at the camera and myself. No, I look at the person too, but I look at myself a lot.
Interesting. Okay, I think I have to. Yeah, I just when I full screened you, you blotted me out. Okay, there we go. So my approach for this conversation is a bit different after you talked at the end of your stream last
Yeah,
night.
I can't handle it. I literally can't handle it.
Well, uh, can we talk about that really briefly? Because people are
Yeah.
expecting me to freak the fuck out at you, but it hit me really hard. Uh, I just explained to my stream that when I tell somebody in real life, like if I say to my wife, when you said that earlier, it really hurt my feelings. She goes, "Well, that's not what I said, or that's not how I meant it." Like, I don't care. Can you just talk about what I said, please?
Fuck women,
But I mean, other people do this too. And
but especially, yeah.
it seems like something similar is happening where you're saying, "I have this idea. This is what I think," and nobody's even saying, "Why do you think that?" They're just saying, "No,
Yeah.
fuck you." Yeah.
Yeah. Also, and like I don't get there's something about um physics,
Hmm.
the field or the topic. I don't know what it is, but it makes people really angry, including me.
Uh,
Uh
yeah.
People get really angry at other people for not understanding something or for being wrong or for disagreeing about something. And I can't handle it. I literally can't handle it because I can't handle being smart and I can't handle being dumb. And so like I think any um exploration of any scientific concept is actually psychologically intolerable to me. I don't know what I'm doing. And now I'm like stuck in this because I put so much time into it and I just want it. I wish I had never thought of this at all.
Uh, yeah, it's extremely tough. I also found it impossible to talk to a real physicist. About 15 years ago, a friend and I came up with an equation that we wanted to share
Yeah.
regarding if there was a multiverse, it basically an algorithm to show how it's branching at the exact rate at which it would be branching. We thought it was
Yeah.
very smart. I kind of cringe at it now, but nobody wants to talk to you.
Yeah.
Um, period. It's just you're not worth their time essentially. I think the reason why
Yeah.
people got mad at you is because either they have some understanding of it and they understand what a vast ocean the subject is. Even me, I've studied it my whole life, and there's so much stuff. The thing I like about it is that I know I'll never fill my cup. I
Hmm.
like, and that's why after physics, I started studying psychology as a hobby because that you can never figure people out. Period. We can just get
I
better and better guesses.
yeah, I feel the opposite of you. I feel like people are very easy to understand.
A person, I think, is easy to understand. People are wild.
I feel like they're all easy to understand.
Oh, maybe.
And the same thing with physics. I have a feeling of knowing of like puzzle solving. Okay, so the way I think involves thinking I'm right, but um not being like married to the idea that I'm right. And so it's like rock climbing.
Okay.
And like you put in a carabiner and you're like, okay, this seems true. So this is right. And then you keep going. And then eventually you're like, oh no, that wasn't I have to take all these out. This whole thing wasn't right. Um and that's just sort of how I think and do things. So like with Shaylin, when this happens all the time, we'll get like a new kitchen appliance or try a new recipe or something, and I'll just start using it, and she'll start taking instructions out of the box, and I'm like, don't fucking do that. And she's like, you're gonna fuck up the dinner, and I'm like, I know. I'm not trying. I want to figure out how to do this by
Yeah.
fucking it up. Like this is how I learn is by making you bad food.
Oh my.
And it's
Yeah.
not really about once I figure out how to use it and the food is good, then I won't even be interested in it anymore. So I think that I there's something about the way I think and talk that makes this um maybe like inappropriate for a scientific topic or just really triggering to people. So like I'm but the other thing is that like the no one knows. Like everyone is just making
Yeah.
stuff up. about and it's like I'm not just making stuff up, but like I don't know. So I think I feel like the way I think and communicate. Also, there's an anxiety and like a panic that makes me say things publicly like as soon as I think of them about this topic,
Yeah.
which I wish I wouldn't do. So I'm going to try to approach this more calmly. There is a physicist I'm corresponding with who said today, he said, science is not a rabbit. It will not escape. And I found that very helpful.
Yeah, I think part of the thing that really made me mad is the level of certainty that you had when just entering it. And I couldn't
Yeah.
tell if I'm like, is he, are you like fucking with us when
No,
you're,
no,
or is,
this is actually how I think. I'll think something is incredibly obvious and I know. And then um people say I won't admit that I'm wrong. I don't think that's true though, because I'll just be like, "Oh, that
yeah, I get that
I
a lot
didn't know."
too. The,
But then I'll know the new thing.
the dumbest version of that is you always think you're right. And everybody fucking thinks they're right. That's why they think what they think.
Yeah.
You're not actually
Yeah,
saying anything.
so I feel very confident or completely lost. And those are the only two um senses of like orientation that I have about something. That's not totally true, but it skews heavily towards one or the other.
Yeah, it feels
I
like a
think it's just
dichotomy.
yeah, it's a deep insecurity. I think that it's like I think maybe I can't talk unless I feel very sure of something, and so then like rather than go through life silent, I just go through life sure, but easily moved off of things I am sure of. I think.
Sure. Most people don't believe me when I say that I'm open-minded and willing to have my mind changed because when I speak confidently, I am confident. And I don't
Yeah.
think that's easy to read. Um, the thing that you're talking about, uh, where you have to figure it out, in order for it to have any value to you. Um, I play Magic, and there will be people that are very good, and they'll tell me you're doing this wrong. You're building your deck wrong. Well, look, I need to. I need to fail then to believe you. I can't believe you. I know you're better than me. I know all five of you are better than me. But if I can't fuck this up on my own, I'll never agree with you ever.
Yeah.
So I think I can empathize with that too. That makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Part of the reason why I think I get mad and other people get mad who do have some idea about physics is that you're
Yeah.
kind of saying that we're all retarded then. You're like, listen, I looked at this for 5 hours and I already have it figured out, which means that I'm
It's a
so much smarter than you that
I
like you're
think this is
basically
part of the
retarded.
yeah, it's like a competitive field. It's especially cosmology because there isn't any reason to figure it out.
Uh,
I don't think it will matter.
wait, that well,
What
that's part of it. There's nothing's on the line, which means it's all about me caring about it. It's just because I care
is
about it. I look into cosmology because it inspires me to think and imagine, and so it becomes something special and personal to me, my beliefs about it. And so you're not just challenging science at this point, you're challenging my personal feelings about it as well. I think that's how a lot of
okay.
people feel about it.
Yeah.
Because that shit's like magic out there. So
Yeah.
I want to ask you,
Okay.
why exactly do you think that the universe is a black hole? And actually,
Specifically.
before I ask that, you said something that I really respected, which is that I lost a viewer, one of my longest viewers I ever had. He got furious with me and left, and I said, "We don't even know that black holes are real. There's just a thing here. We can't observe it, so we're describing it as a black hole, but we don't actually know what it is. We're comparing
Yeah.
it to something that we
There's a lot
have
of
theorized about.
logical shortcut.
Yeah, it's kind of like electron goes from here to here. It doesn't move. It just jumps. but we don't know if this is the same electron or if this one just disappears and a new one comes up. We just typically say that it's the same one because it's less terrifying if it is, I guess.
But there's no way to prove it.
Yeah, it's literally it could be either or some weirder thing that the quantum world
Could all be the
produces that we
same. Could
can't
all
really
be the same
imagine.
electron.
Yeah. So when you say black hole, I don't know if you're talking about the thing that
When I,
is always being
when I
talked
say
about when people say it, or the theoretical black hole.
when I say the universe is a black hole,
Yes.
I am saying that it is a short-shield black hole, a true mathematical, spherical, non-rotating black hole.
Okay. So it would be like what we produced in theory before we ever observed one,
Yes.
if we're assuming that they're the same thing.
Yeah, I feel that they should have looked at that equation and been like, "Oh, that's what we're inside."
Has anybody told you that Stephen Hawking thought that inside of black holes was like another universe or like a gateway to another universe when he
I read a
retracted his
brief
initial
history of
theory?
I read a brief history of time when I was a teenager,
Hmm.
and I think that's in there.
So the
So
idea
Stephen
itself
Hawking
isn't
told me.
particularly new,
No,
um, but
it's not
you've said
new.
a bunch of other things that I struggle with. But so if you could please explain to me in the best way that you can, how did you come to that conclusion and what reinforces it?
As you near a black hole, time and space begin to behave more like each other. As you near an event horizon, all geodesics become bent inward
What's the singularity? Yeah.
and towards the singularity, and every direction becomes the same direction. And so, if you think of time as forced constant movement in all directions, then uh, space becomes like time. And so, inside the interior of a black hole, any addition to the time component of the metric results directly in a subtraction from the space component, and the space component is expressed as distance from the singularity. So r, as t increases, r decreases,
Hmm.
which is inverted from a normal space-time interval. In a normal space-time interval, um, you have time is negative, and space is positive. And what that means normally is you're taking time and converting it into a distance. You multiply time by the speed of light to get kind of how far light would have gone in a certain period of time. And then you're subtracting that from how far X thing went or you went or whatever in that time. And then that gives you your space time interval.
Okay.
And
It's the first time I've ever heard you say space time. Can I ask a clarifying question here for my
yes,
benefit? Um,
yeah.
I've heard you talk about space and time as very separate things, but my understanding of
Yes.
space time is that they are two separate coordinates of the same thing. Is this your
I
understanding when you speak of them?
I don't know. I'm using conventional language to
Hmm.
describe how I arrived at this idea.
Okay, so
Um,
when you say space and time, you mean it in the layman sense strictly, yes?
I, yeah, where I don't really know what I think time is. I think time might just be, um, like the overall movement of your entire frame or something. I don't know.
Can
I don't
can
really
I
know
give
what
you
time. I don't.
my understanding of it?
You can, but
Just to see if we're on the same page here, and it may fit or not.
well, I think time is a measure of change in space. Like directly, I think time is just
Yeah. And
one
so
thing happened here, another thing happened here, and so the thing that connects them, the information that connects them is time.
the easiest way that I explain this is if I say, hey, I'm going to meet you at the cafe. Say, okay,
Hmm.
if you just go there, then not at the correct time, I won't be there. They're both two coordinates of the same thing. It is
Hmm.
a location exists in not just space, but also time.
Yeah, and so
It is
you could also
impossible to speak
describe
that
that
any
as,
other way.
well, you could describe it as a location of you and a location of a photon. So I'm going to shoot a photon, and it's going to go X distance, and when it hits a certain distance, you should be at the cafe. That's that's like a spatial, and that's kind of how the space-time interval is set up, where we're saying if when light has gone a certain distance, a certain amount of time has elapsed because we always measure light at the same speed.
At the rate of which light moves, sure, that's just how we would measure it. But like time itself is just an additional coordinate. So like we have longitude, latitude, and we also have time. So if you have
Hmm.
longitude, latitude, and time, you can find anything appropriately with those coordinates. Longitude and latitude are the spatial coordinates, and then time is the uh, sort of like
Well, you're
forward
missing
momentum
the
up and
longitude and
down.
latitude is
Yeah,
only
sorry, and then
2D.
up and
Yeah,
down. Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
z coordinate. Yeah,
Or like depth.
the fourth dimension.
Yeah, which gets talked about really dumb ways a lot. Okay,
Right.
I think that then we're in agreement. You can continue. I just want to make sure that when you're saying this, I'm not getting lost in
Okay.
what you mean when you say time, space.
So, so I don't think space or time really either are a thing. I think that they're mathematical groupings of information. Um, so you want to talk about two objects, the distance between them, then you're talking about space. And if you want to talk about a changing distance between them, then you're talking about time. But I don't really know what they are, or if they have any intrinsic qualities.
Yeah,
But
the space in between them only works if you're talking about in frozen time, oh, at a specific time, right?
or if they're moving at the same speed, or one's orbiting the other. But yeah,
Well, yeah, but since everything is moving too, like I'm here, but I'm also moving through space on Earth, which is also moving with like a collection of other gravitational forces. So like
yeah,
this is why time is super important when we're mapping out things.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that we're saying the same thing, and I understand when you say you don't think it's a thing, the way that you can acknowledge other things kind of exist, but it's more of a concept for us. I think I have a bit of a disagreement, but I think I understand enough to understand when you continue. So go ahead and continue.
Okay. So the Schwarzschild metric starts in flat space, which doesn't exist in reality. You can't get far enough away from anything to have no curvature, which means no gravity. You would need to be causally disconnected. If gravity can't reach you, you're not in the universe. So it starts. It's it's described at I think from the perspective of an observer at infinite distance, and but that's not real. It's just as far away as possible. As you get closer to the Schwarzschild radius, which is defined as the point at which, if you stuff enough mass into a certain radius, uh, there's gravitational collapse and light can no longer escape. That's the event horizon. As you get closer, space and spatial directions, that is, if you had 360 degrees or whatever it is in 3D, all pointing in all different directions, those directions start to get bent inwards. And so you, if you had a laser and you're trying to shine it 45 degrees away from the black hole surface, as you got closer, you wouldn't be. It'd be shining more towards it.
Yeah, like if you
And
were
once
in
you're,
the event horizon, you'd be seeing behind you.
um, I don't think I agree with that.
Oh, because all the visible light would be bending this way. So like then space is bending behind towards the singularity. So even looking in the opposite direction, one could be imagined it would all be space would be bent and curved towards that singularity.
I don't think so. I think we're mixing frames when we do that. I think well, let me just walk
Yeah,
you
go
through
ahead.
it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So, um I think, and I don't have a mathematical way to explain this. I think that as you experience increasing curvature, it's going to look like things getting further away. So I think that that time dilation as you get closer, the standard thinking is just that your clock adjusts and it looks normal. So if you fall into a black hole, you fall in finite time. But if you throw a rock into a black hole, it takes the rock forever. I don't think that is true. I don't think that makes sense.
Correct. I agree.
I think what would happen is that it would just get further away from you as you got closer. The distance would um well, I don't think you can be outside of a black hole anyway. I don't think any of this
Yeah.
makes sense. I don't think a black hole can form an infinite. So this is just a kind of like theoretical walkthrough of the metric. I don't think a black hole can form in finite time. I don't think you can be outside of it. If you could be outside of it, I don't think you could be in flat space time anyway, and we can't in the universe. So this is just to describe like the shape. Okay. So then inside the black hole, you have so much gravity that every direction you could point, look, throw something, shine a light is all straight at the singularity.
Yep.
There's no flexibility. Um, Everything is going in a straight line. And time is no longer contributing negatively to the space-time interval spaces. So
Yeah, it's sort of
normally
been
you have,
flattened out.
I don't know about that. Normally you have, when you move in space, positive contribution to the space-time interval at distance, you must subtract time. Um, in this, you have, when you add time, you subtract space. So I interpret this literally. I think that space and time literally just become each other. And what we think of as time passing is us being pulled toward a singularity. And usually this is the part where people are like, this doesn't make any sense. Because you think, when you picture being in a black hole, you're still thinking in normal spatial terms. And you think that okay, I'm at the edge of the black hole and there's a singularity over there and it's sucking me towards it, right? And so then when I say the universe is a black hole, your first thought is, well, we're not getting sucked in any particular direction. Just the opposite. Everything's expanding uniformly outward. So what the fuck are you talking about? The answer is that when you have a relativistic aberration or gravitational lensing, things that bend your perceived geodesics or light rays, like if you're shining a laser, things that bend that laser, but to you it doesn't look bent. It looks straight. So gravitational lensing is like if you have a star and you have a massive object. Massive object and a star. So the massive object is here and you're there and this is the star. And then we put the star like behind, like here. The light from the star can slingshot around the massive object and aim at you, but you don't perceive that as a curve. It doesn't look
Correct.
curved to you. It just looks like the light is over here. So you think you're looking in a straight line, but you're not.
Right, that's the
And so,
effect of space being curved.
yeah.
It's just
And so,
imperceptible.
right. And so I wouldn't define that as space being curved because I don't like talking about space. So
What's space-time
I would
being?
define it, I would define it as the geodesic. The light path is curved. So,
Sure.
okay. So you can think of the angular size of a star is determined by the angle of the light paths from the star that reach you. So if I have a star that's this big, it looks like it's this big because we have straight lines from here and here that go straight to you. But think about the angular size in terms of gravity. Meaning, if you threw a rock or shined a laser uh, in a particular direction, and then it ended up hitting the star, I guess shining a laser is better. So you shine a laser in a direction, and it hits the star.
Okay.
Okay, so then as a gravity source, if we increase mass, the direction, if the star just starts getting heavier and heavier and heavier, the place where you could shine a laser and it would still hit the star starts to grow.
Yeah.
And if we increase density to infinity, eventually, no matter where you shine your laser, if you're within the short shield radius, no matter where you shine your laser, you're shining it directly at the singularity.
Sure.
So for you, this is 360 degrees. The singularity is in every single direction as a
Okay.
gravity source, as a perceived gravity source, and visually. So I don't think there is a way if you could be in a black hole, I don't think there's any way that it wouldn't have a direction because it's in every direction. So if you were born in a black hole, because I don't think you would survive entering one, so we should not think
Sure.
about that. So if you were born in a black hole and didn't know you were in one,
Hmm.
and you were not configured according to the normal outside space is space and time is time. If they switched, you probably die. But if you're born in the black hole where time is already space and space is already time, or if you think of the Schwarzschild metric as defining the thing that we're in instead of the thing that we can't go in,
Hmm.
then you can see how time would be being pulled in all directions by the singularity, and it wouldn't have a direction, and it would cause isotropic uniform expansion in all directions from the point of view of somebody inside the black hole.
Sure. So I can imagine this, the way that you lay it out.
Okay.
Um, but I have to imagine it in like as a thought experiment where other certain other phenomena don't occur the way that we observe it occurring. So like everything you said in a vacuum sounds fine to me.
Okay.
Um, so I just want to make sure, is that the whole is that the whole thing, or is there more to this before I kind of try to
Well,
compare
I
it
mean,
to
sure,
my
like
model?
differential curvature as things get further away from you in the black hole, things would expand at an accelerating rate. Everything would get further apart from each other. As things and you approach the singularity, you would expect everything to be eventually ripped apart from everything else and resulting in heat death, which is what we predict for the end of the universe. If you try to look back in time, all geodesics lead from yourself to the singularity. So you would conclude that all other matter originated at yourself, which is what we see with the Big Bang.
Sure. Also, I don't
Um,
believe in the Big Bang, but which is
But
controversial.
you
This
you
is
but you believe that it looks like there was one. If
yeah,
you look out at
I
the
can
if
accept
you look at distant galaxies,
a
they all seem
bang.
to be originate.
Yeah.
But if you look at distant galaxies, they all seem to be originating from our location.
Uh,
They're all going away from us.
yeah. It
And
it looks that way
and
to us.
and
Yeah.
yeah, we assume it looks
Yeah.
like that to everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you had two people, yeah, if you had two people in a black hole, each person, if they're in there at the same time, both people think you're moving away from me. I'm not moving away from you. I'm at the center, and you're moving away, which is exactly the incongruity that we see between observers and the universe. Everyone thinks they're at the center and that everything's moving away from them. And so if you buy that space and time can literally switch roles, then you can see how a black hole is a shape where also if you buy that a singularity would present itself in your observer frame not 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 in a coordinate sense and not seen from the outside, but from the inside, it would present itself as being in every direction.
Yeah. It's almost like a four-dimensional reverse of directionality, as I would see it, as I would think that space works. Like I kind of have to take my concept of how space and everything works and just sort of like flip it inside out and invert it.
Yeah, exactly. And so
Yeah.
it's a shape where the outside, if you imagine the outside is red with a
Hmm.
blue dot in the middle,
Yeah.
if you go inside it,
Hmm.
now that now the outside is blue,
Yeah.
there's
You're
a
like
red dot in the
pulling
middle.
that blue up, through, out, and over and around in like an impossible way to
Yeah,
invert
it's
the
you're
structure. Yeah, I understand that. I'm sorry.
yeah, so
People are
it
still
just
saying you're
it
too
just means
quiet, and I've maxed you out. Is there any way you can make yourself a little bit louder? I apologize for cutting you off for
oh
that.
sure. Yeah, no
Okay.
problem. How's
All
that?
right. Good. I'm gonna turn you down a hair. Say something, and then if it's still too quiet, bitch
Test,
at me.
test, test. Yo,
Okay.
yo.
At least from this point on, I can turn you up. Cause
Okay,
you got okay. Yeah, you're good. Kilo said you're good. I
okay,
trust him.
okay. So yeah, it's a shape where if you're outside of it, you got an outside and a middle. Then if you go inside of it, perceptually they switch spots.
Sure.
And so it's a way to explain. Oh, also, what a singularity is. I want to also talk about this. So in a black hole, if you had every um, particle starts at the event horizon at the same time, let's say
Okay.
everything arrives at once, there's still a singularity because a singularity is a place in space and time.
Yep.
It's a place in the future. So it's not a thing that is there now. It's a thing that's going to be there, and you're getting pulled towards that. So even if you have an empty shell of matter and you're part of the shell, there's still, if you're within the short shield radius, there's still an inexorable pull toward the singularity,
It's like a point of
which is not going.
inevitability.
It's an inevitability, but it's not a thing that's pulling you towards it. It's just the gravity of everything else in the shell pulling you towards it. So I think another thing people get confused about is I'll say I think the universe is a black hole, and they're like, well, okay, where's all this extra mass or matter you're talking about, or what is pulling us? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the combined gravity of everything in the universe being organized in a sphere is causing a central future point of infinite density that you are already being pulled toward, but it won't be there until you get there. And so
Because
it's a way.
can I just reword that in my own words, make sure I'm following you?
Sure.
Okay. So because the singularity of a black hole is an inevitability, in
Yeah.
that time is essentially moot, and it is just an inevitable point at which all directionality and causality must meet at. It is
Uh, I would say
Even
space is moot more than time. Space is moot because you're being sucked towards this thing. You can't move. You can't
well,
control your fall.
well, if time is moot here, and you are just and everything is inclined to be there, it is essentially as if it already exists before it exists, which is traditionally how we talk about black holes. Is that time is just like uh, time is no longer a factor past the event horizon of a black hole.
Hmm.
It just is now. It defies time. So even before approaching, you are in the singularity even before you reach it. Because
I
I guess space also is
oh,
like the whole thing is kind of moot.
I wouldn't say it like that because I think that confuses me to think of it that way. I
I was
think of
gonna
it
say
as
I do have a hard time with wording some of this stuff versus how it goes in my head. I'm not used to talking to like really other people about it, but I so you may have to give me a little bit of a
no, that's fine.
wiggle room if you think you get what I'm saying. You probably do.
Sure. Okay. The way I think of it is that it's just gravity. It's just the combined gravity of if you take a bunch of things, put them in a sphere, the combined gravity of all those things pulling each other towards each other because everything pulls on everything else within a certain radius, you get a really strong gravitational force pulling everything, including light, toward one spot. And so it's not an object that is there. It's just a locus of force that is, or curvature, that has created this weird shape that I think perfectly explains why the universe or how the universe could be expanding as the result of its own gravity, which is if you thought if you thought the center of the universe was the edge and you thought the edge was the center, which is I think exactly what you would think if you were in a black hole, then you'd see
Because of this
why
infinity.
we
Yeah.
yeah, you would see exactly what we see, which is that we are probably at the edge, but we think we're at the center and we're falling, but it's not falling inward as perceived by us, it's falling outward. And so it's just the universe falling outward towards it, um objects in the universe
It's
falling
itself.
outward towards each other. Really,
Yeah.
they're falling towards each other. So that is the theory, and um I even some of the seemingly more educated people, like in the subreddit, seem to not restate it in how I'm saying it. So maybe I need to explain it better or in a cartoon.
Okay.
But that is um, that's it.
Okay. So then I want to first talk about what I have considered prior to this, and now what does seem to make sense to me, the things that I like about this before I critique your theory,
Sure.
not you. But also, just so that I have a baseline of where you and I sit, does it seem like I am picking up what you're putting down well? Do you think I'm having like a massive misunderstanding here? Or do you think I'm following based on my responses?
I don't know.
Well, you've told me that a lot of people seem to not like this doesn't make any sense to them. So it seems like you have some sense of like where people are at with it. Because if you think I'm like already like completely lost here, I might have to do a little bit of extra work in my explanations here.
I don't know.
Okay, you have no sense of it. Okay. Um. All right. So one of the things that I've considered is that if I grant this model, when I do consider this model as being the model, as density increases at a point of a singularity, it from within that, it just everything is already like the singularity is more or less full. And when more mass enters something like that, it's as though you can't it would appear to grow, but not actually. So this happens by way of like diffusing what is there. If you're inside of it, it would appear to be getting bigger, even though it can't. It's a singularity. So it's just sort of diffusing what is already there. This could
Yeah.
be to me represented by expansion of space.
I don't agree with what you're saying.
Oh, This was the best way that I could envision expansion within a black hole when you initially had said it.
Expansion is just things getting further apart. So if you fall into a black hole and you have two tennis balls,
Mhm.
as you fall, they will get further apart.
Okay, well then imagine if you would like a stainless steel ball. If you attempt to put more into that, how would that look from the inside? You are putting more into it, despite the fact that it's completely compact. There's no more room in here, but we're adding more to it. How would that appear?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think we're on the same page. What do you mean by the ball?
So if I have like a ball bearing here, and I'm
What is
going
that?
to add more, just like a
What,
steel ball.
what is that representing?
I just for the sake of this, I just want it to be an actual steel ball.
Okay, it's you're not making an analogy. You're
Um,
just talking about steel ball.
yeah, for me to see if there's anything to latch onto here. First, I just want to talk about the steel ball, if
Okay,
that's
you got
okay.
a steel ball. Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm going to add more into it. Um,
You add more steel to the ball.
yeah, but within the same amount of space.
It's getting denser.
Yeah, it's getting denser, and then at a certain point, we're saying like it's too dense, but I add more to it. What is the internal part of this? Like we were at super solid here.
Hmm.
What does that internally have to look like then?
Are you saying it's too dense, like it's at the
Totally full.
threshold?
Yeah,
Oh, then I don't
and then
think
we
you
just
can
go
add more.
more.
I don't think you can.
I think that if you
I
were
don't
to
think you
do
can.
that, it would
I don't think you can do it. If you said it's full, then you're defining it as you can add more.
right, which is typically how I think a singularity is thought of. But
I don't.
okay,
Okay, well that's not how I'm thinking it.
sure. Um,
So let's
I
just say if we just had two, we just have two. Let's say these two things are going to represent all of the matter in the universe. Okay,
mm,
and they're falling toward my nose. So my nose is just empty space right now. There's nothing here. Okay,
yeah,
right here, as they're falling, there's already a singularity here, which means when they get here, there will be a singularity. But it's a future.
yeah, they're heading to where they're already at because
It's a
time's all
future.
fucked
Well,
up
they're
here.
not. No, I don't think it's that fucked up. They're just not there yet. They're here, but they're going to be here. It's just inevitable. There's no there. This guy's gravity and this guy's gravity are so strong that they can't get away from each other. Let's say they're the only two things in the whole universe. Okay, so they have to meet here.
Yeah, they
They
do.
start falling with no radial motion, whatever. So they're going to collide, and the collision point is my nose. So my nose in this case is the singularity. If there were more mass, or say they were really heavy, my nose is the singularity already. So it's a point in the future that we're talking about, but it's
Mhm.
not a thing. So I'm not talking about it like it's a thing that you could add more to. It's just
Where
the
they're
spot
destined to
that,
meet based on gravity.
yeah, it's the spot that they're each other's gravity or the curvature is forcing them to go.
Sure. Okay.
So it's a fold, you know? It's a funnel or
Yeah.
a whirlpool or whatever. It's not, but it's not. There isn't a thing there.
Yeah. Sure. I understand what you're saying. If I imagine gravity as a wave, it's sort of like where these two meet in the strongest arc, causing the gravity to like sort of creating a path for them to meet at.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
So if you had a few things, let's say, now we're just talking about two falling towards the inevitable here. They get further apart as they go because this one's closer, it falls faster. This one falls slower. So you get things.
Which would change the individual rates as well, so they wouldn't actually meet.
Yeah, they
Kinda.
wouldn't get there at the same time. They would be expanding.
And these are the only two things that. Sure. Okay. Um. So then, I guess instead of outright critiquing, I'm gonna put it like this: these are the things that I would have to reconcile in order to arrive at this conclusion.
Okay.
Um, one of the one of the biggest ones for me is that universal expansion isn't consistent and it has slowed over time. For me, if everything is in a black hole, it would seem that if anything, the rate would just gradually increase from an observer frame within the singularity, rather than occasion. Like right now, it's about at like 30% of what it has been. So I don't understand why we're not dealing with a constant rate
Of
so
acceleration.
of expansion.
Well, it
It's
wouldn't be a
uniformly
constant.
expanding, but I imagine it would have to be a consistent rate.
I think it's an, I thought it was expanding faster and faster. I don't think it's slowing down.
It
I
has
think
moved
I think
faster and it has moved slower from what we've observed. Expansion
I
rate
thought there
is
was a
dropping right now.
the expansion rate is dropping right now.
Hmm. It's assumed that
Oh,
the rate will never reach zero because entropy and all that, but it is slowing a bit. Well, I say a bit. That's such a weird word to use in these frames, but it is slowing. One of the first things that I looked up
I,
when you talked
I,
about this was the rate of universal expansion.
is this a recent finding that it's slowing? My understanding was that it's accelerating.
Let's see. Uh, oh my gosh. I just wanted to see the title of this paper. Uh, but they're blaming it on
I
dark
know there was
energy.
I saw, yeah, I saw there's a recent article about dark energy a few weeks ago. So maybe they found that it's slowing.
This was January 6th, 2023.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, if if uh if you think that that's
I thought
if
the
you want to
universe. I thought universal expansion was an accelerating thing. I thought there was a rapid inflationary epoch, then a slowing, and then acceleration. Since then,
well,
or
if that was the case, then I think that we would start to notice. I think that would be very hard for us to not notice throughout the course of a lifetime. Like even at like our like I know how I think of this all the time. I think of things in like tiers. Like you have like the subatomic, you have the atomic, and then like you have like cellular R scales. Yeah, the cosmological scales, and things seem to operate a little bit differently depending on the scale when we're observing things. So I think that even at our scale, if it was constantly accelerating, we would have to start. I think we would notice phenomena even at our scale after billions of years of constant expansion.
well, there's a equation to describe it, and then they've ascribed dark this acceleration to dark energy, but the units per square meter or square kilometer, however they define it, are really low. So um, the current prevailing theory is that there is some force pushing my hands apart that's intrinsic to space, but it
Yeah,
in systems bound together by gravity, gravity is so much stronger than this force that it's overridden or overpowered by gravity. But if you have systems that are not bound by gravity, like galaxies that are really, 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 really far apart, then you have the units of dark energy per whatever spatial unit
yeah. But neither of
are.
us agree with the existence of dark matter and dark energy, correct? Because I don't.
No, I'm just no, I don't.
I'm just making sure.
Well, yeah, I don't agree that dark energy is something pushing things apart because I think, I mean, yeah, I just explained my theory that it's just gravity pulling things apart. But I just want to say that the current theory does account for acceleration and
Hmm.
accelerating expansion, but it does so in a way that because these things are so far apart, you wouldn't notice it locally. You won't notice it locally until um, either there's a big rip or there's a thermodynamic heat death, whichever is like
In which case,
the
there'd be
correct.
nothing to observe.
Yeah, but
There'd be
like I
no
mean, for a
observer
second,
left.
I think yeah, for if for a second you're like all the stars are gone and then the sun gets like sucked away, then you would notice that. But I think I don't I don't agree that we would see anything locally. I think the current model fits and works. I just don't think it is right. But
Um, yeah, I guess
you
I
could
think
the
that there's
acceleration
issues
gradient
with it.
doesn't if the acceleration is tied to distance, then you can see how something 10 billion light years away could be accelerating quite a bit, but
Yeah,
should
things
like
further
the sun.
away accelerate faster. That
Yeah,
appear to be accelerating faster, at least.
yeah, that's
That's a
the
tricky part.
right. But I think that if we were in a black hole, I think that would be what you would see.
Yeah, because
Things that
those
are
things
closer
that
to
are
the
further
center
away would
very,
be closer to the center.
yeah,
Sure.
which looks like the the outer edge.
I apologize. Thank you very much, Froggy Style, for gifting a membership. I always appreciate you. Uh,
Good job, Froggy. That's a good
uh,
little frog.
this
Little
man
baby
has
frog.
donated hundreds of memberships. He's
That's
if
really
I had a
nice.
sponsor, this man owns my stream, I swear. Um,
Froggy's pulling the strings.
so I don't have to be stuck on the expansion part. I'll pull together some stuff and just send it to you at a later time.
Okay.
Uh, so aside from that, what I'm really curious what you make of the phenomena which we refer to as a black hole when we're observing it, and also there's these same things, apparent same things, are sometimes seen moving. There's also
Mm-hmm.
discharge from them sometimes as well, which is very weird.
A leaky discharge.
Yeah. It's not. It's explosive. We've also
Yeah.
detected them combining into each other to create a supermassive black hole.
So I think that the short shield radius at 2M describes a threshold that you cannot fit that mass into that threshold. So because of time dilation or spatial expansion or stretching or whatever you think stops things from happening at the edge of an event horizon. Um, I I think I mean the standard explanation is time dilation. So
Hmm.
as more density increases, time slows down. It takes longer or more energy or more speed for something to get there. And
Yeah.
then as you hit that threshold, something has to be traveling the speed of light to enter a black hole, which or I guess even a photon doesn't enter. So it has to be you'd have to have infinite length contraction to get into it across this curvature. So given that, I don't think a true black hole can form. I think that what we see are things that are asymptotically approaching becoming a black hole, but can't get there. And they are going to be very reluctant to let anything out and very reluctant to let anything in. Not reluctant. It would require massive amounts of
No,
energy to get out.
that made sense.
Yeah.
That made sense to me.
Okay.
I'm not I'm way less pedantic with physics than I am almost anything else because I think that speaking imprecisely tends to get your point across a bit better. And
Yeah.
I'm not demanding math for anything because proof of concept is way more important than proving the concept
I'm not good at math.
to me. I'm not either. It's one of my biggest regrets in life that I didn't take more advanced math class specifically because of physics. Um,
Um, Here's how I think of it. A, a planet, a star, and a black hole are all the same thing.
oh no, you totally lost me here.
A planet, the only difference between them is size. So you have a rock, okay. Then you have a planet, okay. You have a really big planet, starts to get really hot, tons of pressure. Eventually, if it's big enough, it has to be gas. Then eventually, if it's really big, it has to be gas that's on fire. Then if it's really, really, really big, it has to be gas that's on fire and super dense. And then if it's really, 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 whatever, massive, then it has to be gas that's on fire that's so dense that you can't see it. And that is the approach to a black hole.
Okay.
From a rock to a black hole, I think that it's just a matter of density and pressure.
I understand what you mean when you say these. I'm pretty sure because it seems fluid to me how you're describing it. So one of the things that
I find it helpful to just think of it as just an object, and then the object's behavior
the
is
nature of these things change according to more mass.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That I think I might be making this up, but I think most planets, if you made them massive enough, eventually would catch on fire.
If you, oh, massive, yeah, yeah, okay. I switched to the layman
In
version of massive. Yeah,
some
yeah,
form.
yeah, yeah. Um, so one of the things that I think is something that gets talked about a lot that you talk about literally, I don't accept like the. I think that at a certain point, time dilation breaks down and it stops doing the thing that it normally does. Like I don't think that there's ever like an infinite time dilation. There's a lot of things that work really well for even like atoms, but once we get down to subatomic particles, like that shit goes right out the window. Once we enter past thresholds of certain extremes in the laws of physics, they just stop. And I don't think that infinite time dilation is it is something that seems like it would break the whole system if that's how it actually worked.
Yeah,
And so,
I think it's just I think it's like a limit, like the speed of light. I think it's just
yeah, I think there's a hard limit to it, and we might not be able to know what it is. So
well,
I've heard
I
you.
think the limit is infinity. I just don't think you can get there. And so a black hole
Yeah, I would say even
is
if that's the case, then even a black hole could not achieve that. It's
yeah,
just
and
like a
so then
theoretical limit.
it's not really a mathematical black hole. So it's a if it's astronomical black hole, I think is something that is approaching becoming a mathematical black hole, but it's never going to get to truly infinite time dilation.
Right. And so when you say a universe, the universe is or is in a black hole, um, are you describing a true black hole here, or are you describing?
Yes. Yes. I don't think you
So
can
this is the
leave or
one that did
enter.
it instead
I
of
don't know,
approaching.
did there's no before it or outside of it, so I don't did implies a
Well, when we say
comparison to it.
these other things, these things that we're observing are things that are approaching becoming a black hole, but they can't because it's mathematically impossible. But
Right.
the thing that you're saying the universe exists in, this is one of my
Is
first
that.
critiques of your ideas that you have, like I couldn't call it a black hole, so I refer to it as a hypermassive black hole. I put out a Substack called the Carson Hypermassive Black Hole Conjecture,
Yes. I
and I
remember.
had to call it something different because this cannot be the
Uh,
same thing. There has to
well,
be a
I'm saying that
distinguishing
the I think the
difference.
Schwarzschild metric describes a sphere that you can't leave,
Right.
not a sphere that you can't get into. I think it the observer is
Correct.
inside that sphere. I don't think it can be outside the sphere. That's what I mean. So
I guess
a
all I'm
black
saying
hole
is
is
what is
a
the
black
difference
hole is that
between this one and like a one I can observe with a crazy telescope?
I don't think you can have a universe inside of a universe. They're just I think a black hole is just a universe. At what it looks like from the outside, we call it a black hole. Nothing can get in or out, and it
Right.
can't form. So, by definition, that's what a universe is. You have to go the speed of light to leave. You'd have to go the speed of light to get in. Nothing can come in or out. That's what it is. It's everything that exists, and that's
I
fucking it.
I think I'm maybe asking the question wrong.
Okay.
There's things that we call black holes. Um,
Yeah,
sometimes at the center of galaxies. Not all galaxies have one at the center, but
we
a
have
lot of
one.
them. Yeah. So there's that thing, but there is a difference between that and what you're saying the universe actually is when we say black
Yeah,
hole.
that's just a red shifted blob that either is close to infinite time dilation or close to infinite redshifting. From here, I think if you tried to fly into it, though, it would just start glowing red, and then you'd be like, "Oh, this is just a star. What what have I done?" But I don't think that it
Oh, you think
um,
it's a misconception in observation then?
it's differential curvature. Time dilation is the curvature at that location between you and that location. So if you went there, I don't if it was truly a black hole, it wouldn't matter. If you went there, it would stay black.
Well, yeah, I'm
But
not claiming that it's truly a black hole because
yeah, yeah. So
my
I
position is
think
always
there
I
are
don't know.
I think there is probably radiation coming out of it at
Mhm,
some low frequency. I think
mhm.
if you went there, the frequency would increase quite a lot, and I think it would probably just look like a star. Because if you think if a star collapses in the
Mhm.
star's frame, if it's that time dilated, it collapsed like a second ago. So when you get there, it's not like the star's been sitting there in its own frame for like 100 million years. It's been sitting there for like 10 minutes.
Sure.
So this is if you accept time dilation, which I don't know if I don't know how I feel about it. But take in the standard logic, then you're flying into a star that collapsed like 10 seconds ago. So if it's not a true black hole,
To
then
it.
I think it would just be a really dense, hottest, maybe one of the hottest objects in the universe, um, like a tornado of like matter that is on fire and killing you.
So I'm laughing at the killing you part. Uh, okay. Um,
Also, I know supermassive black holes, their average density is like less than water or something. Um,
you kind
I've heard that.
a lot of these things. It's funny, like the way that we have to talk about them is almost to describe it as something that it isn't in order to say it.
Yeah. So
Um,
so if that's true, then I think that ev- the the event horizon would probably move the perceived event horizon. If it's not a real event horizon, then I think as you got closer, you'd probably be able to see closer to the center of it.
so do you think that these things that we're seeing are just they're doing like a really good job of observationally mimicking what we would consider to be a black hole in
Yeah, we just can't.
theoretically?
We don't detect any photons coming out of them.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, we also see the light moving towards the like objects moving towards them.
Yeah, yeah,
We
they're
can see
clearly.
the pull of gravity.
I've seen papers where people call them horizonless compact objects
Are they still
to
labeled
say
as
they're not.
black-bodied uh, objects?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
They're not true. They don't have true horizons. They're just really dense.
Okay. Um, I think I've gotten so much more out of this conversation than all the stuff that I've heard you talk about before. So I'm gonna let that soak for a bit. I want to talk to you about light
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
Because in and so I gotta say too, I just want to preface, I might get a bit emotional here when I talk about it, but talking about physics is fun for me. I like this. So I get heated. I'm like the good kind of angry, okay? Does that make sense?
I don't think it's fun for me, but
I
yes,
understand.
I
So
get
like
what
I'm
I
not
understand what you're for you. For me, it's like talking about pedophiles. For me, is
yeah,
physics for
yeah.
you.
When
I get it.
somebody says something that you're like, look, you're fucking smart. Why are you like just be smart right?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I get when I talk about physics. If I don't think
Okay.
the other person's stupid. So
Okay. It's a compliment when you call me stupid. I get it.
yeah, you're acting stupid and you're not, so stop it. Just be like me. God damn it. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
So
I get it.
so I hate that you said light moves at infinite speed. Can you explain this for me? And I'll try my best not to freak out.
Sure.
Thank you.
Um, I believe we have disparate definitions of time, simultaneity, causality, synchronicity, and I think we blend observation with measurement. And so,
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely we do.
okay. So I maybe shouldn't be pedantic or trolling about it, which I think I am in that cartoon, which I kind of regret. But
Okay.
the
It's very
but the
hard to
point
tell with this.
but the point I'm not it's a very confusing topic, so I'm not totally sure if I believe what I said, but I think I do. So the space-time interval of a light path is 0. So we calculate the space-time interval by subtracting the distance light would have gone in a certain time from the distance a thing happened in, and with light you always get 0. This means that the space-time distance between any 2 points along a path of a photon is 0.
I just
It's
think it means
how
that
far
it breaks the rules that we would normally do these
no,
kinds of
it
measurements.
doesn't break the rules that light doesn't the time does not elapse along this path. This is consistent with time dilation. If you have an object, a clock that is moving at that speed, it will stop. Clock moving at light speed doesn't tick.
Well, I think it gets slower. I don't. I wouldn't. I don't think that it would ever stop. It
If
would
it
get.
truly went light speed, it would stop.
Yeah, I
So if
see.
you
I
attached a
I don't
clock to a
accept that.
photon, it wouldn't. Well, mathematically, this is in
Right.
special relativity. The Lorentz factor of something moving at c is infinite. So it that's infinite time dilation, infinite length contraction. If you travel at light speed, your clock stops and you go infinitely far.
Okay. So I want to challenge light moving infinitely fast in a very
I should have
practical
said
way.
that in the video. If you travel at light speed, you will go infinitely far.
Um.
No?
Well, but I'll come. I'll come back
Is
to
that true?
warp speed in a minute, which is exceeding
Okay.
the speed of light.
Okay.
But so this is my practical way of countering the light moving infinitely fast. So if you have, so let's see, I don't know what can be seen here. I'm gonna tilt this down just a little bit. Let's say my vape here is a beacon. Okay.
Yeah.
As soon as light touches it, an additional light on the top will turn green. I have one here, which is going to be 200 feet away from the source. And I have
Yeah.
another one that is going to be 200 miles away from the source. And I have observers all throughout. So everybody can see all of them from their own individual frames. If
Mm-hmm.
I fire the photons out of this projector, it'll hit this one, and then it'll hit that one. Everybody's going to see this one turn green before this one turns green. But if it moved
Not everybody.
infinitely fast, yes,
Not
because
everybody.
it's going to double the distance, right?
Oh, sorry. You have 3. You're saying you have 3.
So yeah, so what all the observers are seeing is actually going to be light going to it and then light coming back from the green beacon. So it's going to be doubling the distance essentially that light has to travel for it to be noticeably observed.
I'm sorry. I'm confused. You have a thing. You're saying you got 3 points. 2
Yeah,
points.
I have a super cool flashlight. I have a
Yeah.
beacon and another
Yeah.
beacon moving very
Yeah.
it's very far away.
So you're
Uh
shining. So it's a line. You're shining it from past one into the other.
yeah, it's just lined up so that it has a broad beam so that it can hit both of
Uh-huh.
them. This one's
Are
going to
they
turn on before the other one will turn on,
are
correct?
they are they in a line with each other? Is it like three things all in a line?
Uh,
What's the arrangement of this?
you know what? Here, we'll turn it sideways, and it's going to shoot out two separate beams at the same time. When one goes, they both go. This one's going to directly collide with this detector, and the other beam's going to directly collide with this detector. This light's going to go
Okay.
off first. This beacon will activate before this one will activate, correct? But if light
Yeah.
moves infinitely fast, I would expect them both to activate at the same time.
But there is a location for which they do both activate at the same time.
I would say that there's a
You can
location which it would appear that they do, but there
well,
is going to be a
what's the difference?
so if we want to consider the photon itself to be an observer, uh, this one's going to know prior to this one knowing that the beacon has been activated. Correct?
I don't think they know anything about time. I think
Well,
that the photon
I see
I think the
granting it
photon
consciousness here.
no, I know, but they don't experience time along their path. So I don't think they do know that.
Well, okay. So if
And
when
then
the
so
photons
if you
hit,
have
they
so
shout out.
okay,
Well, I did it. One's
so
going to speak
whatever
before the other.
okay, this beacon goes off and this beacon goes off.
Yep.
When this beacon goes off, imagine a ring, a sphere of light starts
Yep.
expanding. Then when this goes off, a sphere of light starts expanding. There is a point where those spheres intersect. Actually, there's a line where those spheres intersect that's infinitely long. Once they intersect, they'll never stop intersecting. And I guess there's a circle. Um, Once they start intersecting, it'll be a circle that gets bigger and bigger. And on
Oh,
any of those
that's
lines,
perfect.
anyone on any of those lines is going to perceive these as happening at the same time.
Actually, this is perfect for so yeah, a sphere will emanate of light.
Yeah.
So the first one's going to be expanding more than the other one is, but when they intersect with each other, this sphere will be much larger than the further away sphere will be at the point of intersection
Mm-hmm. That's true.
because the light hit this one first, which means that light can't be moving infinitely fast. And we would be able to observe that by the larger sphere meeting the crest of the smaller sphere. That's how we could determine observer independent of which one had gone off first.
The size of the light sphere.
Yeah, so if we were able to capture right when these two spheres met,
Yeah,
there
yeah.
will be a larger sphere and a smaller sphere, thus showing that light has to be moving at a set speed that is not infinite because one of them had activated first. And we would be able to detect this by seeing which sphere was larger when they intersected with each other.
Um,
And it wouldn't
trying to
matter
think
if you were
if
over here or if you were over here, you'd still be able to see the bigger sphere meeting the smaller sphere.
I think there's always a location where one happened first. Uh, where A happens first, and another location where B happens first.
But would there ever be a location where they met each other that A would be the bigger sphere and then in another location B would be the bigger sphere? This
No, but
is
this is what I was getting at with the difference between measurers and observers. That if you can measure the entire photon sphere, then uh, yeah, then that's a fine definition. That's like a coordinate definition. But if you're going by what an observer perceives, they can't see a sphere coming at them at the speed of light or going away at the speed of light. They just see the light turn on. And there's a location where both lights turn on at the same time and a location where A turns on first and a location where B turns on first. I think for any two.
Yeah, I think if you're just
But,
looking, but that's why I like the sphere analogy because it kind of gets to the heart of like the real speed here.
well, I know, but so my argument is that you need to set up a bunch of other observers to do that.
Yeah, I had
And
observers
so
around them all with during this thought
right, and
experiment.
so is the mathematical consensus between a bunch of observers, is that reality? Or is one
Mm.
observer's perception reality?
Uh, to give you the most honest answer, I've always thought of it in reality as three separate things. One is the individual reality. Two is a group reality. These are all
Mhm.
based on observation. And then three is the uh, if you had everybody observing it all at the same time, sort of like a unified group reality, and you will get differences based on the individual, by however you want to divide group, and then based on all observers everywhere all at once. These will be three different events based on that lens, for sure.
I think that when we say, okay, this one's here and this one's here, and they go off at the same time, if you're talking about a simultaneous event in the way we think of simultaneity, like
The ignition would
now,
be, yeah,
yeah, it's happening both at the same time coordinate. The space-time interval between these two events is not zero. It's it's just the distance. So there's no time component. It's that they're 1 light second apart, then it's 1 light second
yeah.
squared. So
Well, that's why I put them like really far apart too, so that way we could just kind of get rid of any little wiggle room that might be there and get a good coherent answer.
so I think the space-time interval corresponds to simultaneity as perceived by an observer. And then the coordinate, the time coordinate in the space-time interval being 0, and then you have a space-like interval corresponds to the coordinate simultaneity. And so I think um, any my concern is that if time and space are like the same,
Yeah.
if we have motion in space and then time is actually just some other kind of motion in space that is harder to track or
Well, I'd say it's a
uniform.
coordinate, but space is the medium and time is the coordinate. Is a coordinate feature of this thing.
My concern is that we are maybe using a circular definition of time and space where a time is a second is the time it takes for light to go x meters, and a meter is the distance light goes in x seconds, a fraction of a second.
But we could shift what the how we're gonna define time is. A second could be how long it takes Drazi to go like this, and then we could measure it in that. How many of my hands hitting this, and ignoring how we would define seconds by light's movement, and then measure this event in me doing this, right? And I think that the structure that I set up would still yield the same result that I predict.
I think my issue is that if you once time is defined by the motion of light,
Mm-hmm.
then if you're trying to use time to measure the motion of light,
Yeah, that's why I'm suggesting moving away from it and using a different metric that I just described. Do you think if we use the measurement that I just
but the
described of me
time of
hitting
your
my chair?
hand, but then your hand's moving infinitely fast. If we define your hand
No, I'm
as
saying
the
this is a
measure of
second. That's 1 second now. And so we're going to measure
yeah,
this event in seconds based on this. without regard for the speed at which light is moving. Now we're going to measure light against this and not against itself, its own movement. And I think that it would yield my predictive result if we did that. So we don't have this circular uh, lens for measuring light speed.
But how would we? How would we measure that? Wait, I don't know. I don't understand how we're describing what your hand is doing.
I'm just picking an arbitrary event and saying that we're going to start measuring events against this event here. And this event that we're measuring is the how light's moving past these beacons, and it's going to be how many hits did it take. We're gonna we have a looping recording of this and a ticker, and we're going to measure
but
this
then
event by that.
But you still have to scale it by the speed of light. So if you then start moving the frame,
Sorry.
let's say you start moving and it won't work anymore. We need to apply a transformation, a Lorentz transformation, to make it so that your hand is still accurately tracking the speed of light. And in order to do that, we have to use the speed of light. So it's still, to translate between frames, we have to.
Well, sure. In order to understand what you're measuring, you have to have an understanding of the thing that you're measuring and how it is
I know. So
behaving.
I'm just saying whatever you're using to measure the speed of light, if you start moving the frame, it's going to stop working unless you apply a Lorentz transformation, which is designed to keep the speed of light constantly at c, because everyone measures the speed of light at c. But what if this is just a circular measurement that?
Well, I'd say it's just logically necessary for us to be able to understand it, right? Like you couldn't ever get the speed of Drazi's hand without using without having a very direct understanding of that event and measuring it.
Yeah, it has to be
against it.
compared to two distances. It has to be compared to the distance your hand went and the distance a photon went. And then we can get a speed for your hand. But if we're comparing a photon, the speed the photon went compared to the distance the photon went, and meters and seconds are defined by photon movement, then of course we always measure light to be the same speed.
Yeah, it's
If
something. It's a
light were
logical
traveling
necessity.
Yeah, so I just don't know if I think speed is the difference between an event and the speed of causality, in which case light is traveling infinitely fast, or if speed is a two-way coordinate, like length this way, length that way, divided by 2, in which case it's always c. But if light is going infinitely fast, then that's a distance measurement, and the way we measure distance is by shining light across it. So you just get into this circular logic where there starts to not be a meaningful way to describe the difference between something going the speed of light and something going infinitely fast.
Oh, okay. So then we can talk about. Do you know what warp speed is?
You said it's faster than light.
Yeah, this is like the what seems to be a pretty plausible uh uh like future achievement that we could actually arrive at. So it's a way in moving faster than light by, so if you have I'm just going to talk about it in sci-fi terms here so that it's easy to understand. So if you have a spaceship, you bend the space in front of it down and you pull the space behind it up. So you're going to be moving significantly faster than light because it's falling down and being pushed up at the rate in which like at the actual rate of causality. Whereas we would normally say the rate of causality would be based on light because that's all we can ever observe. We couldn't possibly observe anything faster than light because observations must you need light to observe visually, or any electronic, any measurement device will always depend on a speed of light capped thing. Because electrons can't exceed the speed of light either. So if you're bending the space, technically this thing isn't moving, but it will have moved. It'll arrive at a new location. This is how we would achieve faster than light travel, which is essentially zero acceleration, large distance traversed.
Okay. Like a teleporter.
Kind of, but the functional way is by doing this pulling of space. The only other way is like bending space to make it meet like wormhole style, which is not really relevant to the conversation.
I don't think I believe in any of that. I don't believe that space can bend or expand. I don't believe that.
Well, we
Also,
do
we
because
have things.
gravity can bend space, curves it. Well, curves it, sure, yeah.
I think gravity bends paths in space. I don't think it bends space.
Oh,
And we
I
talk about
don't
those
think.
paths and we talk about those paths in groups, so we call it space. But I think space is just a grouping term.
Wait, I guess I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't see a difference between a path in space. This just seems like a phrase that we would use just to talk about a section of space, but it's still space.
I just don't think it's a thing that can be bent.
And you think that gravity does what then?
Changes paths. Changes light paths.
Oh,
Changes
I see.
gravity paths.
Just changes routes
Changes.
which can be traversed throughout space.
Yeah, and then we call the grouping of the routes space.
Okay,
Space is
hold
bent. I
on.
shined a flashlight and it went like this, and so okay, space is bent, but it's not really bent. It's just the
I
fucking light coming
understand
out of the flashlight.
your frame a lot better now. I think what you think of as space is what I call the ether, which they said they
Okay.
disproved, but I I think that the way that they try to disprove it is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of, and it proves its existence.
Okay.
The ether is like the soup in which everything exists in. So if the whole universe is an empty aquarium and you fill it up with water, the ether is the water. Everything that's in it, everything that moves around in it is all in the ether, but it's just,
But I think
and that's also
I'm
what
saying it's nothing.
keeps light from exceeding the speed of light. It's like a universal medium, which
But
everything is in.
I'm saying the opposite though. I'm saying there's nothing.
Truly nothing?
Yeah, I don't
Like
think there's
vacuum?
any. Yeah. I don't think there's any space. I don't think there's a thing. I'm very against like using dark matter or dark.
Oh, no,
I'm very
no.
against. I'm very
I am
against
too.
invisible things. I don't like invisible things. So, um,
Well, I'm saying
I
in
don't
order
believe
for
in
all this
germs.
stuff to be,
I'm just
it's like what's enforcing these physical laws? And I say this is the ether. This is a universal medium that everything sits in. What keeps atoms from flying apart? What keeps the speed of light from just accelerating forever? There has to be something there that is governing these things. That's sort of otherwise, I don't see what's stopping things from behaving differently than they normally would. There has to be
I
a
like to
container, at least to me.
a container.
Yeah, it's like, but it's a like three-dimensional. It's like a four-dimensional container. So it's like it is passing through and all-encompassing, like soup that everything sits in. Like I'm sure you've seen the diagram that Einstein gave for like gravity. Like you have an object here, and
Hmm.
it warps the space. I always think of like the like okay, so space is getting curved down, but like what's it getting curved down through? That's very odd to me. So if there's no display, it has to be curving down through the ether. The ether is getting shifted. Um, but they did a really
See, I
dog.
don't think I think
But
it's just paths. I think it's all what I think what it means is just that if if you threw something that it would slow down.
okay, if it's just a path, then what is a path dictated by? And to me, it would have to be like the ether.
It's relationship. It's gravity in relationship to other objects, but nothing. I don't think there's a. I think the whole space-time fabric is just the gravitational influence of everything else. You don't have the rest of the universe, then you don't have
Yeah, I think that the
volume, you don't
influence
have
occurs because it's
mass.
occurring through the ether. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
I get what you're saying. I just completely don't agree with it. I just think that
Like, by what
you
metric
have
does gravity
lines that
affect
you can
things?
draw between yourself and other things, and
Hmm.
that's it. I just think it's just relationships, but I don't think there's a thing that they're drawn in. It's just nothing.
Hmm. I find
Seem
that
very
to be
displeased by this.
well, I find that to be really problematic. Uh,
Well,
yeah,
sorry to
up
offended you.
until no. I'm just saying, well, because there seems to be a consensus now that the ether isn't real, but it was supposed for a very long time because there's a logical necessity for there to be a medium that these events occur within. Because when we actually
Why?
have nothing, a vacuum,
Hmm.
there's certain properties to a vacuum and how it affects events around it, and yeah, because you can't have anything in it. A vacuum seems to have very distinct properties, and this isn't what we see happening throughout all this, like, quote unquote nothingness. So I
Like
think
what?
that,
What do you think
like,
a
what?
vacuum doesn't? Yeah, what do you think is not adequately explained by a vacuum?
Uh, the way that objects move in relation to each other. Uh, so yeah, I
Like what?
think. Um, okay, then I guess let me put it this way.
Okay.
Do you know the behaviors of, like, the implications of a vacuum? We were talking about,
What?
like, a frictionless. So imagine like a frictionless space.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing in it. So there's
Right.
no drag. There's no resistance. Uh, an object that would be in motion wouldn't just stay in motion. It would stay in motion at a constant accelerating pace. There's nothing to drag it down or move
Accelerating?
it. Would have to. Yeah,
It would.
there's no way to ever make it stop.
Oh,
And
I
I'd
would
say that
speed up.
why would it speed up?
Yeah.
Because acceleration is a unless something slows it, it's a propulsion. It's going to keep on going. The reason why things slow
But
down
why
is
would it
because
speed
there's
up on its
friction.
own? Well, I know, but why would it speed up?
That's what acceleration is. Once you start an
I know,
acceleration,
but why are you
something
saying it
else
would?
has to slow it down, right?
No, it does. Things don't accelerate unless you are continually adding force.
But that's
It's
because there's resistance.
You're saying that the fact that if I throw a baseball into outer space at 30 miles per hour and it continues to travel at 30 miles per hour, that means something is stopping it from speeding up?
No, I'm saying if you threw a baseball into space, it would gradually slow down because there's stuff. It would stay in motion. I don't think it would ever completely stop, but it would have
It won't
to
slow down. It'll slow down because it'll hit little
stuff.
like particles and stuff,
Yeah.
but not ether. I'm saying it'll hit things that are defined.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking about ether when I say that either.
I mean, okay. So if you throw a baseball into outer space, like in like an ideal physics problem, it will never stop.
But in
It won't stop, and it won't speed up. It'll just it'll just free fall
these are
or
talking
fly,
about.
float. It'll just do what it's doing forever.
Um, I'm gonna address this real quick. So he said, Josh the Zealot says, low key confused. Are you talking to him to learn more about his ideas, or trying to combat his ideas with your own? Just both. Uh, we're on a mutual journey of exploration of these ideas. Is that an agreeable way to put this to you?
Jirazi learns by combat.
Yeah, I generally do.
Sure, whatever. Uh,
I
if
need to
he's
be
pointing
shown that
out,
I'm wrong, or how I'm wrong. Yeah, to learn.
okay, well, yeah, I think that the predicted motion of a baseball thrown in space is that it just goes and doesn't speed up or slow down until something else interacts with it. I guess the person who threw the baseball would be
Yeah, but I'm
slowly
saying
pulling on it with their own gravitational.
there's always something interacting with it. But in a vacuum, there isn't.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the universe is literally empty. I'm just saying space is empty. Space is when there isn't a thing, or is when is a grouping of things, but it itself isn't a thing.
Okay, that's where I was getting confused about
Okay.
how you're using emptiness here. So you don't mean a vacuum, you just mean pretty much empty.
I'm just saying space isn't a thing, it's just a grouping of things. It's the grouping, it's not a thing itself. Like if I was like, "Hey, look, I have a pair of pens." And then you're like, "Where's the pair?" I'm like, "There space isn't there isn't a pair. It's two pens." And then you're like, "Well, yeah, but you said you have a pair of pens." I'm like, "Yeah, that's I'm grouping the
Yeah,
pens
that's an
by calling
idea.
them a pair."
Sure.
Yeah, it's yeah, but it's not a physical thing. It's the distance between the pens, it's the fact of the two pens, it's a sphere I draw around the pens imaginarily. It's that's space, but it's not a thing.
Do you
It's
believe in
just
nothing as a concept or as a reality rather than just a concept?
yeah, I think anything outside of the universe doesn't exist.
No, 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 no.
Nothing.
Nothing. Does nothing exist?
There's nothing outside the universe. Does nothing exist? Well, if something's nothing, then it doesn't exist, which means it does.
I do accept that paradox.
Okay.
Uh, so can there be a section in the universe where there is literally nothing?
No, it's there's nothing. Well,
That
yeah,
that's what
I
I'm trying
mean,
to ask.
yeah. Well, literally, there's always radiation, there's always gravity, so there's always energy, but the energy is in nothing. So again, like what is this ball I drew around these two pens? What's in the ball? Like nothing. So
Well, yeah, it's all the little things that you're talking about, but I just feel like there
yeah,
has
but
to be a
what's between
medium.
those? What's between those? What's between those? Eventually, we get nothing. So
Yeah, I tend
yeah,
to
I think
think that
you're. I
there's
think
an all permeating, all
ether,
penetrating. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
ether. Yeah, I know. You think there isn't such thing as nothing.
Correct. And I think that's why the speed of light moves at the rate at which it does, and it doesn't accelerate because along the ether, light is just able to travel uh, at this rate, and only at this rate. It is a property of the ether rather than the property of light that makes it so.
I think light moves the rate it does because we just use light itself to measure itself, but sideways. And causality is directional. So if light moves at you, there's no time. It moves infinitely fast. So you have to do something to measure it going sideways. So you have to go, okay, it goes here, it goes bing, and then it goes bing. But the problem is that time and directionality, time is directional and simultaneity is directional. So now you're they're simultaneous for somebody here, but you're measuring it for some from here.
Yeah,
And so then
relativity.
yeah, so are you measuring the speed of light? Or are you just measuring how far apart the fucking lights are when you do that? If as if time and simultaneity are directional, then when you measure something from the side, are you measuring its speed? Or are you just measuring distance? Because if you
Wait,
try to measure its speed, one way speed, if you try to measure the one way speed of light coming at you, and you just go, okay, I'm going to shine a light at you, and you push this button once when I turn the light on, and push it on again when the light gets to you.
it kind of sounds like you're talking about the uncertainty principle. Like I can't know the location of light and the velocity of it at the same time. I can either pick its location or the velocity because once you measure
It's
one,
a kind of
the
a
other's
similar
gone.
paradox. What I'm saying, where I'm saying that if something happens at the speed of light, an
Hmm.
observer frame, a purist observer frame, Carsonian frame, means that the photon comes at you and now it's in your frame
Hmm.
and now it's part of now it happened. But that happens at the same time for you that the light turns on. And the space-time interval between the two events is 0, and it's along a spatial
And
path
you're
that
saying
experiences
regardless of how far away you are from the source.
yeah, in a purest definition of simultaneity, if you look at a universe 100 million light years away, that's now. Everything that you perceive is happening now. From a coordinate perspective of measuring things, it's not now. But then when we measure, okay, we say, okay, it's not now, so
Yeah,
when
you're
is it?
just
And you
describing
say, okay,
relativity.
but you say, well, if you say it's not now, okay, when is it? Then the next question the person's going to say is, okay, well, how far away is it? I need to know how far away it is to tell you when it was. And so then it's like, well, then what are we really measuring? Are we? It seems like
Yeah,
we're just
this is the
measuring distance.
bizarreness of relativity.
So then we are defining the speed of light by time and distance, but the time is also defined by the speed of light. So, uh, so then yeah, every time you do that, you're going to come up with the same answer. Of course, everyone's measuring light at the same speed in their frames because the definition of a second and the definition of a meter are synchronized to each other by the speed of causality
Yeah, it
or
seems like you're just
the direction of causality.
it seems like you're describing yeah, so there's light has the special relativity and everything else operates on general relativity. And these are that's why the special relativity seems so confounding because it doesn't operate in the same way that we engage with all other forms of relativity. It seems like you're not saying anything really different than the law of special relativity. Yeah? Can you tell me
Yeah,
where it
yeah.
differs? Oh, okay. It's just your way of.
No, I'm saying that I think there's a logical issue where we can't decide if an observer frame is what an observer measures or what an observer perceives. And observers, I haven't thought this through totally. So
Sure.
the caveat before what I'm about, not that I've thought what I just said through about a 6 out of 10, but this is like a 3. We create a new observer. We say, okay, this person's doing this. We do the Lorentz transformation. They're traveling this way. Now this is their new perspective. We get this two-way measurement, universal, symmetrical new frame that they have. But then they start taking measurements, and they take measurements of what they see. Uh, so I'm no, I haven't really thought this through enough to talk about what I'd
Okay.
say.
Um, there's like a really tiny book, just that Einstein wrote about special relativity, and I
Yeah.
think that's probably a really good book to read to get a good grasp on what's happening with this
No,
because
I
it,
get.
it, it is
I've read
kind
it.
of special relativity is
Yeah.
kind of fucking stupid. Uh,
You think
like
it's stupid?
it's like you when you're trying to like if you're trying to approach it as to like why it's a very confounding thing, which is why we have a different thing for it.
No, I'm just saying that I think there's a logical issue with.
If you try to map it to how we would understand everything else, you are going to run into issues.
I think there's a logical issue with defining an observer as a observer who measures using multiple observers versus what they perceive. I don't know if I don't really know if this is totally true though, but I think that I have a logical problem with defining causality as having a finite speed.
I understand.
I think it makes sense to define a speed as compared to causality, but itself, I don't know if it makes sense to say it has a speed. So I like a definition of simultaneity that says a light emits from here when it hits here, and this light goes off, then they went off at the same time.
Yeah, I also have an issue. Like, if you say that
But they'll,
the speed of causality is the speed of light, it's just like you're not really saying anything.
yeah.
Because even if it wasn't the case, if there was some true fact of the matter where causality was somehow faster than light, we would never know it because the only thing that can ever be observed or measured is capped out at the speed of light. So it's kind of like, yeah, well, no shit, that's all we could ever possibly
Well, also,
perceive.
if you went faster, if you went to a galaxy that's 100 million light years away,
Hmm.
and you teleport there, you're like, okay, now it's the year 100 million years. Uh, it's 2024 here, and then you look back at Earth, and now it's 100 million years ago.
Yeah, because the light traveling, that's you'd get you'd get 100 million-year-old information at that point. It wouldn't
Yeah,
on Earth it wouldn't be any different, but you'd just be receiving 100 million-year-old information at that point in space.
yeah. Um, I guess I don't think of it as it is 2024 there. Also, I think it is whatever time it was when the light ray left
Oh,
Earth. So
so
I
you're saying when I see it, if I went there, it would still be like I seen it here.
no, I
Oh,
mean
that's what it sounded like to me. What you're saying.
I don't know. I don't know. Does anything exist on the other side of
So
like
I think it's just like a bandwidth issue because of how fast light moves. Is that I can only get information as like when I see something 100 million light years away, the maximum bandwidth that information can arrive here, uh, is like I'm observing it. So like I'm like receiving this information at a capped bandwidth speed of light. So the information I'm getting is going to be 100 million year old information, and I can only get updated information at the rate at which the light's traveling to me.
yeah, and so anyway, I just think that um what I have a logical issue with is not defining that as what's happening in your
Rather
brain.
than what happened.
Yeah, because then the speed of light just becomes a distance measurement. They're the same. And I feel like it only makes sense to define a speed as a speed that's different from the speed of light or different from zero.
Yeah, then we
So
come back to where it's a logical
a
necessity for light. Yeah.
if I have a light pulse that's pulsing out light waves every second, these waves are all 300 million meters apart, and every time they pass something, it's been a second, and then the thing moves. Okay, now every time a second hits, the thing's in a new place. Then we have a totally distance dependent measurement of what's happening.
Yeah.
We can talk about this all in spatial terms. Um, but now, if we do it with a photon moving at parallel, then it never hits it. So, how fast is it going?
Wait, what do you mean it never hits it?
Well, if you have a light wave and a photon moving together,
Oh
they'll
yeah, they'll
never.
never meet. Yeah.
Yeah, so
You could actually define the speed as the time in which the gap between them in space based on the time that they left the emitter.
but if you measured it in distance the way I described the first one,
Yeah.
then they're the same.
Yeah, this is kind of what I mean too. Like a lot of things work super well throughout physics until we hit a certain threshold and then the rules start to break down. Light is particularly annoying for this because it is a maximum. it defines the threshold for speed. And so we're going to run into issues where everything else works because it has a comparative component that we can put next to it, but light doesn't have that because it just breaks the rules that everything else has to follow in terms of speed, and is very annoying. Just like gravitational pull of like black holes seem to like we end up arriving at like weird conclusions when we math it out because it breaks the rules. It hits a threshold which nothing else can. We can't compare it to anything else, and the rules tend to change. When we get down to super small levels of like subatomic particles, the way that we would map movement and the way uh, things interact with each other breaks down because it breaks the rules that we're used to having. It defies this threshold, which everything else seems to work really well in. It's almost like we have this sphere of like all this stuff has really good rules and it's all universal and everything works. We can math it out super well. Everything works perfect. But once we get to these things that defy outside of the sphere, the rules break down but we don't really have any way of understanding how to uh it's almost like we can't cope with it because there just isn't another thing. We don't have another thing to like force it into these other rules. And so we end up having to come up with special rules to try to understand it, which is the situation with like light. It's the situation with like insane gravity, like there's in black holes, uh, and other phenomena when we
Yeah,
get down
I
to
don't
like.
like that. I like taking it literally and just say that the math is right.
So
Like time doesn't path along a light path. Time doesn't path along a light path. Space time interval 0. Okay, that's in, infinite.
the
In
issue
one
that we run
sense,
into
it's
with that is that our math tends to be right and consistent, but it doesn't match observation a lot in physics
right. Yeah, yeah. And so yeah,
because shit breaks the
I think
rules.
the coordinate speed of light being finite is a way to very accurately measure distance,
Hmm.
define time, and translate between observer frames. And it works really well for that. But I don't know that it describes what is happening in any of those frames. More like a key to translate between them.
Um,
It describes what an observer will measure within those frames, but I don't know if that's the same thing as what they observe. And
this is
yeah,
accurate.
if things moving at a certain speed and you start moving and it's moving at the same speed, the only number that makes that true is infinity.
Well, as say, if something's moving at the same speed as you, if you remove the environment, it's just gonna look like you're both standing still to each other.
No, I'm saying if something's moving at c, the speed of light,
Uh huh.
and then you start moving and it's still moving at the same speed compared to you,
Oh yeah.
then if it were a math problem, the answer is that it's moving infinitely fast. Infinity times 3 is infinity. I like doing this for the
Why?
logic of observers all thinking they're in the center of the universe. What if they are? What if every observer is in the same place? What if we take an external view and we say every observer is right? We get a singularity.
There is an idea that everything exists at a single point in a fourth dimensional bulk. I don't know how I feel about that. It's but it's something that comes up here and there. Uh, I don't think I agree with it. But I guess the problem that the thing that you're addressing with light also just works if there's just a cap, right? If nothing can exceed this certain speed, the the laws of nature don't simply allow for it to happen, then this also is like nothing.
But I think for there to be a cap, there has to be a thing that you're capping it at, but we don't have it. There isn't. There has to be another thing that
I say it's the
serves as
ether.
a cap. Yeah. Does
Well,
the ether have a speed in your theory? Hot shot?
no, it doesn't move. It's just the soup. The thing
So then
that's
light.
nice about the ether is that it allows for all these things to happen without having to have a bunch of weird different rules,
Wait a
different
second.
like made up ideas as to like why this has to happen, this has to happen.
Wait a fucking second. If there's an ether,
Yeah.
then I start traveling at half the speed of light, and I perceive light to be traveling with me at c.
Hmm.
Isn't it moving faster than the speed of light compared to the ether in my
It's
frame?
along the ether. It's
What does
through
that
the ether.
mean?
It's moving through the ether.
Yeah, but you said the ether is capping stuff. But if I'm moving through the ether and light's moving with me and it's moving at c and I'm moving at some speed,
Mhm.
then isn't the light in my frame moving faster than c through the ether?
No, that's the thing. Like when you're driving, if you turn on your headlights, the light coming out of there isn't moving at the speed of light plus 80 miles an hour. It's still just going at the speed of light. It just can't move any faster because this medium only allows for light to
Yeah,
go at a
but
certain speed.
compared to the road, it's moving faster than the speed of light.
Compared to the road, it's moving faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, if you measure a photon going one way and the road going the other way, its relative speed compared to the road that's moving one way in your frame, if you're moving, it's moving at c compared to you, but something moving backward. Like if I shine a flashlight and then I move my pen like this, like in my frame, if you add up the velocities of the pen and the light, they'll be
Sure.
more than c. But I feel like with the ether, if your purpose is to have it stopping things,
Well,
then
I'm not saying its purpose is to stop things. It's just sort of like what everything is in.
I know, but I'm saying that if my frame is moving through the ether, then and light's moving with me, then I think you have your no speed limit imposed by the ether. I think.
I think I can better explain it by pointing out the discrepancies I have with the Michelson-Morley experiment, which disproved it, but we don't have to go down that road at this point in time.
Okay.
Um, entanglement doesn't break causality. That's true. Yeah. Also, I don't know how far out have you are you like looking into physics? Are you really focused on like gravity and light here, or have you branched out into like a lot of other weird phenomenon like
No.
superposition, entanglement, things like this, like the double slit experiment at
I
least?
I know it. I know of it, but I couldn't really coherently. I know if you put a photon detector, then it starts acting like a particle instead of a wave. But I don't. I know that, but I don't.
Uh, yeah, but well, if it passes through one slit, it'll act like a particle no matter what, and if you put two, then it acts like a wave. And then if you try
Okay.
to see which one it's going through as a single photon, not just like a group of them, uh, it starts acting like a particle again and will only go through one. Um,
Yeah.
that when I read that, that's what gave me the physics boner that didn't die. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. A lot of things that light does, if you were to put it in the most how it looks kind of view, is it seems like light behaves intelligently, like it has information. Like the reason why glasses works is because it tricks light into going around it, thinking that it's a shorter path, because light sniffs out the shortest path. That's what we call it. We say it sniffs it out.
Yeah.
Like even electricity, how does it know what the shortest path is? These are really weird things. The electricity will always take the shortest path to the ground, but when it's here, it can't know ahead of time which one's going to be the shortest, but it does.
It's almost like it is traveling infinitely fast if you think about
Um,
it.
there's a theory that it travels backwards through time. They've even done electrical stimuli tests with people where they stimulate a part of the brain. And they say, "Tell us when you feel the stimuli in your finger." They stimulate that part of the brain, and there's a delay. But when they stimulate the finger, it's felt instantly. Uh, Sort of defies our logical understanding of how these electrical signals should be perceived.
I thought Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, maybe it has to check with your finger. Your brain might send something to your finger and then back.
Yeah, it does, but if you stimulate that same part that gets lit up after it goes from finger to brain,
Yeah, you should think it's
it
immediate.
should be the other way around. Yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is that electrons and photons are fucking stupid based on our understanding of our observations of the world. They seem to. That's why, like, say, it seems like these things break the rules because we have all these observations that seem to work for everything. But then when we get down and we really focus on the things themselves, the electrons and the photons, they they break the rules. They don't do what they should do based on all of our other observations. Even light switching from a wave to a particle, depending on how many slits it's going through or whether there's it's being observed or not. They just break the fucking rules, and it's
No, I think if we're in a black hole, that could potentially explain that.
I need to know. Like right there, you just smirked. I don't know if you're if do you actually think that there's a reason because of a black hole of that, or is that like to fuck with me in
Yeah,
this
yeah.
conversation?
I know it'll piss you off, but I think it makes sense. If
Um,
if
okay.
we're seeing if we're seeing one-dimensional space projected onto three dimensions,
If we're seeing what space, I just here for a second.
one if space is one-dimensional in a black hole,
Uh-huh.
okay. So when I talk about like it doesn't look like we're in a black hole, it looks like the singularity is everywhere. But does what about for a single particle? I don't. I think it's. I think a single particle is agnostic to what is space and what is time.
A single particle like in a vacuum.
No, anywhere. I just don't think a single particle has an opinion on whether it's traveling through space or through time. I think it. I think that's dependent on relationships between particles. So if the if the universe map on the outside has space is one dimensional and time is three dimensional, and then inside the universe it's the reverse. Space is three dimensional and time is one dimensional. I think that depending on your observer, you could get a different um like measurement of whether something is a or perception of whether something is a particle or a wave. That makes sense to me. I don't I this I'm just completely making up,
Yeah, I know.
but but uh but translating between one and three dimensions is the difference between a particle and a wave.
But we have things that are always waves and things that are always particles that don't
Yeah,
switch. It would seem like that this would apply universally then, no?
I don't know.
If what you're saying is correct. Oh, okay. I just
I'm just trying to
I'm
spitball
riffing
about how
back
you could.
at you.
I'm just trying to spit. Well, you know you're not. You're anti-riffing, but I'm trying to spitball about how you could think something is one-dimensional and then three-dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're in a black hole, could explain it. I don't know.
What I guess I'm just taking what you said and then trying to use your frame to apply it otherwise because I mean let's be real I can't really conceptualize that well one-dimensional space, so like I'm also guessing when I say that it would have to apply universally because also I understand that sometimes shit just breaks the rules, so it could be the case that what you're saying is correct, but there's just some weird rule breaking thing that would make
Well,
it to
you
where
can
not everything would
conceptualize it.
have
It's
to.
just time. Time is one-dimensional space. Time is when you can only be in one space at once.
Well, yeah,
One you can
I
only be one
think
place at a
I
time,
can kind of
and then
conceptualize it.
spaces you can be in multiple places at a time
Sure.
or have multiple locations.
Yeah, like the ability to move
I
through the
don't
ether.
I don't I don't have my confidence feeling about this one.
That's fair. Uh, that makes sense. I just I want you to know that there's been like very very little negative feedback in my chat towards anything either of us have been saying. It's just people trying to understand. Um,
That's nice. I can't stand people being mean. I think maybe I just hit a threshold. Maybe I just can't handle people being mean to me anymore. I just can't take it.
Um, well, in all fairness, you kind of like when you showed up, you're like, "Hey, motherfuckers, I'm going to do everything I can to make you mean at me, and then I'm gonna revel in it." You reveled in it for a really long time. Maybe you
No,
just
I've
got
never reveled it. No, I've
sorry.
always hated people. I hate
You
people getting mad
have.
at me. I've always hated it.
I feel like you've made a point of letting people know that you're fine with it, that you can take it.
I can't take it, and I'm not fine with it. But I think I have an obligation to. Um,
Yeah, you appear like somebody who revels in it. That's how people think of
I,
you.
I understand that, but I hate it. This was the first thing that my friend said to Shaylin about me when we'd been together for a few months, and um, Shaylin watched me like make a bunch of people angry at me. I've gotten me and Shaylin excommunicated from like multiple groups of people.
Like friend groups.
Yeah, friend groups, activity groups, individuals. There's people who are like, I can't talk to you if you're dating him.
Oh,
Um, lots and lots of times. Dating me has been
polarizing.
polarizing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my friend said to her, we'd been dating for like 4 months, and he was like, uh, it's a mistake to think that he enjoys it. He doesn't enjoy it. But it seems like he does, but he hates it.
Yeah, I don't actually think that you like it, but I always thought that you want people to think that you like it
Oh.
on stream.
I want to be a responsible person, you know? So if I would say the N word and dress up like a digital black guy, then I feel like I gotta let people get mad at me. But I really don't like it.
Yeah. I think
Do you?
no, I'm a very sensitive person. However, I found that I was actually terrified of the kinds of comments that I would get, um, especially in the earlier days of like defending you. People were very nasty. People have called me a pedophile, pedophile apologist, all kinds of nasty things, and I thought that would really fuck me up. I was pretty scared of it, and I have absolutely no idea how, when I am very sensitive in real life, that shit just rolls off my shoulders. And I don't know why that is the case at all. There seems to be a disconnect between what people say online. It's a bit different in my chat, but like comments or like things people say in discords and all that, really just doesn't bother me at all. Like I thought it would. Um, but I think if like maybe you or Smeth or people that I've interacted with, I think you guys could hurt my feelings pretty easily, like people in real life can. But like the mob, no. I think maybe I'm sort of the persuasion that if me being myself offends somebody, then I shouldn't value their opinion. But if I already value your opinion, then you can hurt me.
I think I'm desperate for the mob's approval.
Do you think you on purpose
But
don't try to get it?
no, I'm trying to get it, but I want them to approve of like the real me. So
Oh,
I'm trying to I want to show them the most awful thing, and then I want them to approve of that.
you don't
I
want
want
their
real
approval, you
gen.
want their acceptance.
No, I want their approval. I want
You
them to
think?
cherish. Yeah, I want them to celebrate my
Your
humanity.
you-ness?
Yeah, I want them to love me.
When you had the
But
conversation with Shaylin, that led to the song, and you said, "Would you still love me if I was a pedophile?" You're doing
yeah,
the same thing with the audience.
yeah, I think to some in some
You
way
want
that
us to
song
still
is
love you if you're a
also
pedophile.
yeah that song is also about the audience.
I can understand that. I think I'm afraid to want something like that because I just don't believe that it's possible for me.
People are hateful.
Do you think that people are hateful, or do you think that like you're
I'm,
do
I'm
you
just
think
an
that you're
asshole.
worthy of do you think that
Do you
you're
think you're
worthy of their
do you think you're
approval?
unlovable?
Actually, though, do
Worth?
you?
I don't know. I mean, I messaged you this morning saying I took my video down and was freaking out.
Yeah, and
But then I put it. But then I put it back up.
I couldn't tell you that it hurt my feelings because if you responded to me, I would tell them that would hurt my feelings. See, like I people that I respect, they can hurt my feelings. Like, but it's not your fault that it did. But I also couldn't tell you
Wait,
that either.
what hurt your feelings?
That our talk got canceled.
Oh yeah. No, you can
But
tell me that. Why can't?
I couldn't for
Why can't you
me
tell me? Why?
because I'm sensitive. And if you responded poorly to that, it would hurt my feelings
How
a
would I
lot more.
respond poorly? What do you think I would say?
I don't know. People are shitty. Look, I just said earlier that if I
I'm
tell
not
people
shitty. If you
if
said it hurt your feelings, I canceled our
it's
talk. I would
it's
say
about me, not about you. Like I said to you
I know,
earlier,
but you're like not letting me be a good person because you're not giving me a
no,
chance.
because I'm scared.
I know.
Yeah, it's not about you, it's about me. I'm just scared.
That's what I'm saying. You're
Yeah.
a fucking asshole. No, I think you should. I think you should tell me if I hurt your feelings.
Uh, okay. I said earlier, I tell people they hurt my feelings and they take that statement away from me all the time.
Yeah, but I
Well,
won't do
it
that.
wasn't like that or oh, okay, I guess we won't talk about how my feelings are hurt then. That's how I experienced that.
I won't do that to you. And if I do,
If you do, I'm gonna
too
freak out
bad.
now.
No, if I do, you should call me out on it. But I
Yeah, that's what I mean. I am, but I'll be mad.
okay. Well,
Yeah,
I probably won't though. I mean, you
I
see me with Smith.
believe you. Uh,
I don't think I would tell Smith that he's not mad at me.
I believe you, but that also freaks me out a lot.
Okay.
I don't like. I'm kind of jaded. I don't like believing in people, but I do, and then it sucks. But I appreciate that. I really do. Thanks.
Well, I haven't done it yet.
I appreciate you telling me that. People don't
Yeah,
even
well,
tell
don't
you
give me
that.
the don't get. Yeah, but if you, no, people tell you that all the time. People say you can sell. Let me know if there's any problem, and then they're
Sure.
fucking assholes. Right?
Okay, let me put it this way.
Just don't give me
They don't
credit
tell me.
until
They
I
don't tell me
actually
that and
do
have
it.
me believe them. I don't believe people when they say it.
So you're thanking me for getting you to believe me.
I think I'm thanking
You're
you
welcome.
for being trustworthy. The one thing that I don't even like debate on it. I just stop engaging. If I'm talking about a video of yours that I'm watching or something, people just say that you're lying. I'm like, that's stupid. It's not really worth talking about. If you're a liar, nothing you do makes any sense.
Yeah,
Like not a single
that's what.
video you've ever put out makes any fucking sense at all.
No,
So yeah, you're not allowed to tell me if I make you mad. This will ensure that I have power over you at all times. That was from Smeth. I'm not allowed to tell him if he makes me mad. Um, I guess I have like one more thing to say on this. I wouldn't mind talking about it after this stuff can sink in. Uh, but I don't. It can be a lot more casual. Uh, I I don't understand why everybody else was allowed to talk to you about this and it wasn't, but except for me. Like every single person who approached you about this, you just talked to them. And that's made me really confused. Like, well, what the fuck did I do? Every single person would say like, I have this issue with it, and you're like, oh, well, here, let me explain this. But I feel like I had to go through a bunch of hoops to talk to you about physics. And like, I'm not a physicist, but like, I at least know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, I won't talk about it. Was there like some weird thing about me with this subject? If I don't ask, I won't know, and it's been driving me bonkers. There's even
No,
people in
I
your
just think
chats say that you're like disrespecting me, and like I don't feel that way, but it bothers me that people think that about me.
I think that there's thinking on the fly and just blurting stuff out about something I'm not an expert in, but I just think I have an interesting idea about.
Hmm.
On the hotline feels safer where everybody's just kind of saying stuff they don't know what they're talking about. But on a stream, I wanted to be a little bit more grounded. And then every 2 or 3 weeks, I'm like, I think I don't. I think I didn't know what I was talking about 2 weeks ago. So I just keep having that experience. So then I but I want to get this over with, which is not a good way to approach a scientific theory. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. Um, Probably just make a rap song. I gotta write my book. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, no, there isn't a specific thing about you. It's more just the format of like a dedicated conversation. Feels like I want to know a little bit more about what I'm talking about.
So less than about me, it's the format that you found intimidating.
Yeah, yeah, it's not about you.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Because even when I told my wife, she's like, "Yeah, that seems fucked up." And I'm like, "No, don't say that. Give
Why?
me an alternative." Because I didn't want to think that. It was just something that was hard for me to grapple with. I think everything's my fault all the time already.
Okay, well,
So,
I think maybe next time, if you feel like I'm blowing you off, you should tell me.
uh, yeah, I think you've said enough stuff in this
Just like Smith
conversation to give
does.
me some
Look at
confidence in
Smith.
it.
Why can't you be more like your sister, Smith?
Uh,
Expressive, open, you know, trusting.
Mostly because I'm scared.
You know,
That's the honest truth.
well,
I'm gonna work on it.
okay, I'll be ready.
All right. Well, thank you. Uh, I feel way less upset. And when my wife gets home from the hospital, she'll be so glad to know that I actually talked to you, and she doesn't have to hear it from me anymore. She was gonna call in on the hotline, and the last thing she was gonna say is, "Just fucking talk to him about physics, please. I can't deal with this anymore." She's been
Well, that's good that we
driven
didn't
up the
have
fucking wall.
with you talking about it or talking about how I'm not talking to you about it.
No, no, about me like getting upset when you say things that I disagree with because I can't talk to
Oh,
you, so I just have to like
yeah, yeah.
scream at my computer. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm
And she doesn't understand a word of it, so I'm just like a babbling madman that she has to go to bed with.
yeah.
Yeah. That. Tell Max Milkman loves him. Uh Milkman and Smeth say Milkman loves you.
Great. One
Um
down. Minus one to go.
I So I guess at this point, I free you from your obligation and your charge to talk to me about physics.
Okay.
And I'll send you some stuff.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thanks, Max.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Good night.
Okay.
Smeth! Tell Smeth I love Smeth. Josh loves you. You, I'm ready to talk to you. Not quite yet. Maybe give me a few minutes to, you want to call it 10? 10 o'clock? I think I just need to recalibrate myself here. Just talk to chat for a few. Ooh. That cool link. Let's see, give you a few minutes. Okay, I'll give you a few minutes. Um, how'd you guys like that? It definitely wasn't what, if you asked me a week ago, that's not how I thought I was going to approach that. And so I know I talked a lot about it, and it wasn't what I thought uh, it was gonna be either. So I'm sure some people are gonna be at least a little bit disappointed. Uh, Everybody wants me to push back on everybody I talk to more, even when it doesn't make sense. When I had Brittany Simon on for a dating show, people complained that I didn't push back against her enough. It doesn't make any sense for me to push back on her. We're both giving people who called in advice. I think you folded, but made it for more engaging conversation. Well, I didn't fold. My anger subsided when I empathized with the issues he was dealing with when he was talking about this subject. When he talked about it last night, I the stuff that he was dealing with because of it resonated with me, and it made me regret being an asshole about it. I I'm rarely mean, and if I empathize with people, it's almost impossible for me to be mean to somebody. If I catch a whiff of how somebody's really hurting, I'm like 99 out of 100 times I'm going to be more likely to want to give them a hug than yell at them, even if I'm mad at them. I have the same problem with calling a friend of mine who's in it different times, and every time I try, he pushes it out further and further, and in the end, I learn not to engage and just call him anytime, and he's happy to hear from me. Oh, yeah, it was great. It was much more interesting to hear you both open up and explore your ideas and emotions than being aggressive debate bros. When I say you, I mean both of you. Yeah, it was nice, slightly uh, emotionally wearing. I didn't expect to be so open like that. I'm fine with it. I just didn't see it coming. Um, I also just legitimately feel really bad for him. Not like in a pity way, but like it's very easy to understand what he's talking about when he says that it's hard for him with everybody being so mean to him. And it's something that I was always pretty sure about, but there's no real way to say on stream, you guys shouldn't be so mean to Mr. Girl. That really doesn't do anything. If anything, it's going to make people meaner, or just make them mean to me and not change how they behave towards him. Uh, in real life, I almost always call people out for being shitty to people. But this space is a bit weirder. Oh, we got a call. There you are.
Elder Drazi.
One second, let me pop you out. So,
Elder Drazi.
speaking.
Elder Drazi.
Oh, you don't have my camera, do you?
I do.
Oh, okay. Did you hate that or what?
Hey, what?
That stream?
Why do you ask if I hated it?
I think out of all people that I talk to on stream, but also like have talked to in DMs, you were the most critical of me for being soft.
Yeah. Uh, well, it's not specifically being soft. It's when I see you people pleasing, and because I do the same thing, and but it's what I've been fighting lately, and I don't know. I don't know. Does that bother you that I'm critical of you for that?
No, no, I just thought that might make you hate
No, really, no,
some of
really,
that. No,
really. Okay, are you sure? No, because I can't fucking tell right now if you're people pleasing me right now.
no. Here's the thing.
I can't tell.
I can people please, but I won't lie to do it.
Okay.
I hate lying to people. I hate myself if I do it, and it's very rare. Because it makes me hate myself.
Yeah. I
I
think
could be
that's probably
dodgy,
good.
but if I give you a
It's
solid answer,
probably a good thing.
it's the truth.
I guess maybe well, it's probably not a good thing, but
Yeah, there's
it's good
probably
not
better
to
ways of
lie.
dealing with it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I when I was like 17 or 18, I came up with I thought I was like rating out like a religion for funsies, but it was really just like a philosophy that I already had, which is that I think that lying takes away your humanity. I think that it makes you less of what you are. And I think that never got out of my head once I thought of that. It dilutes you, makes you less of you. Because I don't think you
Yeah.
can lie without internalizing it to some degree. And that's scary.
Yeah. It just makes you delusional.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
When I was young, I lied
what
all
if
the
you could
time.
lie?
I
What
did a
if you
lot when
could
I was a
lie?
kid. I hated myself for it.
But what if you could lie while also not becoming deluded? You're just in complete control and always aware of all your lies and able to track them at all times and never confused.
Then I think you end up being like the president or some shit.
Don't No,
That's a
honestly,
lot of power.
there are I was listening to a lecture about um recent research on psychopathy and
Yeah.
specific traits of psychopathy. There is a correlation between meanness and boldness, which are traits that psychopaths have very high levels of. There are correlations between those and success. There are situations where those are bad, but um, the those are two traits that are useful for sociopaths. But there are other traits. I forget. Just disregard for authority.
Selfishness.
Uh, yeah, and those actually like the selfishness. Those lead to bad long-term outcomes. And while there are among like Fortune 500 CEOs a very high amount of sociopaths, in general, most sociopaths don't. Their life is chaos.
Yeah.
So there's like kind of this myth that being a sociopath, like it makes you get ahead in life. Probably not. It
Yeah, perf-
probably makes you like live in a living hell where everything is chaos and you like you're moment to moment very impulsive and you have no control.
yeah, I think it gives you a set of tools that if you're in the right place at the right time, it's like perfect for the job. But for the most part, it's like a regular person. In order for your particular skill set to make you successful, you have to get lucky.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Um, because Mr. Grill came on, I didn't get to have the title I wanted to have when I talked to you. I was just gonna be I gaslight the fuck out of Smeth because of your
Light a
series.
fire up under my ass, motherfucker. Let's go.
Well, I don't have any intention of actually gaslighting you, but you always inspire me to come up with good titles when I talk to you. This one
Cool.
was a wasted
I
opportunity.
feel like that's you're angry at me because a couple times I made kind of kind of slightly mean titles about you. Like
I see
but
you
I
as a
thought they're just
friend.
funny. I
I
just
see
thought
you
they
as
were
a friend,
funny.
and then I rib my friends. I
Good.
treat my friends. I show my friends love by
It's
gently bullying them.
ribbed for my pleasure.
Smeth isn't violent enough. That's like the second time. Oh, okay. It was both times it was sock rabbit. Okay, this makes perfect sense.
Sock rabbit. It's rabbit hunting season. Okay,
Uh,
bitch.
so I don't 100% know. We talked about streaming soon for like 2 weeks, and we've talked about different things in that. But I just want to start this off by saying I think it's weird. I think sometimes you express an artificial anger, which weirds me the fuck out.
Huh.
I think you try to make yourself more mad at people than you really are on stream,
Fuck you.
and it weirds me out. Yeah, like that. But sometimes it's a bit higher energy. I think you want to be angrier than you are.
No. It's actually that
Or
when it's a higher energy, it's that
yeah,
I am actually very angry and dysregulated. When it's a fuck you like that, it's
yeah.
that I have a little bit of anger and I am now expressing it, um like just expressing it, and that expression I'm trying to like convey to you that I'm angry. So I don't know, I don't what I don't understand the
Maybe it's
I
just the
don't get it. I
contrast
think
because you're
that
kind of a silly guy, and maybe the contrast is just weird for me.
uh well, I aim to displease. You know, I'm frustrated. Okay, because I was having this argument just a moment ago on Discord. I want to hear your take on this, okay?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So, this has always been my position, and then Max brought it up, so I was out the other day. So, I was talking about it, and then everybody fucking swarms on me and's like trying to like tell like they don't fucking, it's like they don't understand. Am I a genius? Okay. Color. Okay, the thought
Oh,
experiment. The thought experiment that color is, well, what if my blue is your green, or what if my red is is your blue? But it is absolutely dog shit and makes no fucking sense because colors all have different physical properties. So they are different wavelengths, and they're you only if everything in the universe was red, color wouldn't mean anything. It would just
right.
be it would be as good as if everything was black and white. If everything was red,
We
there
wouldn't
would be
have a
no
word for
point.
color.
Colors are only exist in being relational, and they all have different physical properties. Red has the most chroma. Yellow is the lightest of the primary colors. Blue is the darkest of the primary colors. They have different physical properties, so their relationship to each other is unique. So my green cannot be your blue, because if you saw green as blue, it would be darker. If you're colorblind, it means that you see less colors, but it doesn't mean that you see the wrong colors. It means that you see less colors. The distinction between them is still always the same. So that thought experiment, and then everybody's like, yeah, but you're just not smart enough because you don't get it. You don't get it. The thought experiment is trying to explain how qualia, how qualia is like unapproachable. And I'm like, yeah. So if you approach color in a way that's unapproachable,
It'll
then
be
it sounds
unapproachable.
stupid, but it isn't that. It's a physical it's the equivalent of making an argument that elements on the periodic table, we cannot actually talk about them, or we, because we all what if when I experience as a cold, smooth, shiny yellow metal, which is gold, what if my experience of that is to you like basically how you experience, I don't know, Micnerium. And it's like, um that doesn't mean shit. Like you're just destroying science. It's like you're going back to like the elements are now like fire, water, earth, and wind. Uh like
I
the
think
reason that we think we experience gold different from helium is because of their atomic differences. The reason we experience red different from yellow is because of the light wave physical differences.
yeah.
Okay.
The only meaningful way somebody could actually say what they're trying to say is that what if I have basically a different biological interpretation process so that it changes my perception of physical qualities,
Hmm.
and so that
But it would also have to be like so like the
But it's
differences between the colors is because of the
is hue,
differences
not
in their
it.
relationship. But like you would have to have like faulty equipment that
Yes.
like I like it would it would be basically insanity
Yeah, you're
because
broken.
the reason that blue is different from yellow isn't just because it's a different equal color. They're not equal. Blue is darker than yellow. If you want
Yeah.
to mix colors and get black, it's going to be half of it is going to be blue because it's the darkest of the primary colors. So if your blue looks like yellow, you're literally seeing something lighter.
A good way to put this is my
It's
dog would know the
physically
difference.
wrong. You're literally seeing something that isn't there.
My
If
dog
you
knows
are
the difference between
seeing,
blue and yellow. They're different shades of gray. One
yeah,
is much
exactly.
darker. Yeah,
Even
yes.
if you're colorblind, they're still different. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But red can look, if you were completely colorblind, it's all black and white. Red, you wouldn't be able to tell, but you're going to be able to tell blue and yellow for the most part because yellow is going to be lighter.
If they were different for you, it's a statement about you and not a statement about the color at all.
But it doesn't even make sense to.
Because like you said, faulty equipment or something along those lines.
But it would be insanity. Like it would be like schizophrenia. It would have to be like that.
Yeah, and
Not
it
like
has to be a
it wouldn't
statement
be an
about you.
optic. It wouldn't be an optic nerve problem. It would be a brain problem.
Yeah, that's why I said you would have to say my interpretation of. That's the only way that makes any sense. Not my
Yeah.
optical
And then
data.
and then people were like going on. I think they were trying to trigger me. And there's like, but like in some cultures, they don't have language to talk about color. Like, so like and I was like, if so, like in this culture, that the words for this color don't exist, and they talk about these colors as if they're opposite, but they're not opposite. And I'm like, yeah, that they're wrong. That they don't have like they have less words to describe color, and the way they're talking about color relates to cultural touchstones in the way that they interact with them. But it's not scientific or anything. If I take a squirrel and I take a squirrel to Madagascar, and the people in Madagascar look at it, is it not a squirrel because they don't have a word for it? No, they still see the same fucking thing that I see. The word for it doesn't change the fact that you still see a fucking squirrel.
I don't accept anybody talking about the opposite of colors unless if you can tell me what the opposite of green is, it's fucking
Red.
pink. Pink.
Why?
I learned this because we used to have hot pink hall passes when I was in school. And when I would write on them with my black pencil lead, the pencil lead would always look green. And I asked my science teacher, and the visual purple gets drained out of your eyes from the hot pink. And so you have negative green that gets reflected onto like a white piece of paper look green, black lead looks green. Like
Because
because your visual purple
it's
it reverses. It like compensates by producing the reverse.
yeah, like any color that you put next to, but that's like a weird way of describing it. But I would any color doesn't mean anything in isolation. So when another thing is like people are like, "What's your favorite color?" Well, what color is it next to? Because whatever your favorite color is, I can put it in a situation where it's gonna look ugly, and you'll be like, "Oh, I changed my mind. That's not my favorite color anymore." Because so like I think what we should be asking is, what is your favorite combination of colors?
When people
Because
ask me a favorite color, I say black and white together. That's my
fuck you.
favorite. No, it is when they're together. That's what I find the most visually pleasing is black and white, like checkered patterns. I really find that visually stimulating a lot.
I find a lot of things visually stimulating. I don't believe in favorite colors. I think it's just a sentimental choice to have a
I
favorite color.
Well, I
But
guess I've always thought of it as an arrangement of colors rather than
if you
color.
line up, if I know a lot about color, if you
But I
line
didn't
up
think about it the way you're talking though. That's just how I
right,
thought of it.
if you line up every color on in a line,
Hmm.
and you have people look at them with an eye tracker, their eyes will look at all of them. They will linger on red, and they'll look through them all, and then they'll go back to red, and their eyes will look at red more than anything else because red is the most chroma, and it is the most visually attractive, has the most visual information in it. So I think if you want to be technical, all humans, unless you're colorblind, their favorite color is red because your eyes are going to look at it more than anything else.
We're horny for
So,
red.
so if you choose anything but red, it's for a sentimental reason, and I respect that. Whatever, but but if it's a sentimental reason, it's completely individual and it makes no sense and we can't really relate. But in a scientific way, everybody's favorite color is red, and that's why I guess I'm red because I'm your favorite color.
Is that why you made yourself red today? Because of
No,
this? Oh, I know you prep a lot, so that would have been. I gave you a lot of credit there.
no, but I'm red because my background is green and I stand out. And,
Interesting.
you read my article. You read my article.
Yeah. I did. Before that, can I talk to you about what you said to Mr. Girl yesterday? Because I think I
Yeah,
had
let's do it.
fantastic insight into that. You were complaining to him, or however you, whatever word you want to use, that you can't be angry at him when you're in front of him talking to him. I think I understand why.
It's complicated, and I'm not even sure
I
what he
feel,
said is always is right. But what?
I feel confident. I could be wrong, but I feel confident in it. It seems like, from what I know of you, is that you can't be angry at him when you're talking to him the way you want to be because nobody lets you be angry at them. And when somebody allows it in the way that he does, it's just like the purest form, like it is okay to be angry at me. You're you're happy. Y- you're grateful
Yeah,
for it.
that's sort of it. Also, it's
I
just
think you
like
want to
the
be
what thing
angry
that
when
didn't
you're not
the
allowed
thing
to
that,
be.
that
You want to
the
seize
thing that
it.
went unspoken is like he was accepting of my anger and that immediately diffuses it because I trust him and I was like, oh well, I don't have a reason to be angry now.
Yes.
You're listening to me. So like I just wasn't angry anymore because he let me be angry. And I don't think that's like me I don't think that's an issue with me. It's an issue for the stream. But it's not an issue with me. Um,
It's an issue with the problem that you brought up. That I think that's the issue. That's what
It
causes
was
the
no
issue that you brought
problem.
up.
There was no. It
Whatever
wasn't.
word you want to
It
use.
wasn't. No, it was not a problem I brought up. My I problem I brought up was my I when I see him with Lav, then I
Oh,
freak out. The problem that
after that.
a random chatter brought up, which is fucking
Oh,
bullshit and doesn't make
okay.
any fucking sense. So it's not anything I brought up. No, I don't have a problem not being mad at him on the stream. Only reason I might is because it's not as good content and he he is smothering me and not engaging with me in a way that it would allow me to be angry too. He's people pleasing me and everything that he said about me. And that's why he laughed when I said, let's swap. So I'm you and you're me is because he knows that that's about him too. And it's exactly why he was frustrated. What he just expressed to you on your stream, he just said that the reason that he was uncomfortable talking to you about physics on your platform, like it's different when you call into his stream, it's because he has all the control, and he was nervous about going into a different arena where it's a different setting, a different because he doesn't have all the control, and that's
Sure.
literally the
Makes him
same issue
vulnerable.
that I was yes, and that's the same issue that I was having with him. So yeah,
Yeah, I think just the little end cap of what I was saying is that I think that it's very likely that the only way that you ever have gotten to express anger is against the wishes of other people. That's how it works. Yeah?
well,
You usually have to force people to deal with your anger when you do, and to do it in a way that's not that has got to be very confusing because it doesn't come natural.
no,
When you
doesn't
express
make
anger
any
at somebody,
sense.
you don't have to be like, "No, fuck you, listen to me. I'm trying to
Yeah,
tell you why
but
you're
no, but
pissing me
when people
off."
don't let me be angry, it makes me more angry.
Right. And that I assume that that's the vast majority of how you
When
express your
people
anger,
when
right?
people don't understand me, it makes me more angry. When people get mad at me or try to stop me from being angry, it makes me more angry. Max doesn't try to stop me and he understands me. So there it like stops me from being angry. Um it's not it's not that people I think it's just a normal. I think I actually probably have I think I actually probably have a healthy relationship with anger, and he was people pleasing me, or not people pleasing me. He was just being very taking care of me in a way that
Oh,
I appropriately wasn't angry. And then it's like this game because of whatever that random chatter said, where because it's a stream, like someone after is like, oh, he wasn't aggressive enough, or like Max dominated him. But that wasn't like why, like the fact that that is an expectation
it drives me
is,
crazy.
yeah. And I mean, I do understand like it's content and stuff, and it drives me crazy. It would be better to have that conversation in private, just like I fucking said. And it's true. And he also didn't answer my question about what is the difference between me and Lav that means that he doesn't have to have some of the boundaries with me that he has with Lav. He never answered it. And a lot of people pointed that out too, and that's true.
Unfortunately, so the reason why I didn't know the chatter asked that is my wife called, and when she calls, she's in the hospital. I just have to answer. So I missed that. But also, that person who said that is in my chat and said that was me. I said that. Big miscommunication. I didn't say that to trigger you, Smeth. And then they're saying something to trigger you. However, take note of the difference in additive and subtractive color of this conversation. I think they said that to trigger you. The second part. Uh, but what you said makes sense. I have an unhealthy relationship with anger. I hate myself when I get angry. I In fact, if I'm gonna get angry, I'll set a boundary, and if people break it, I that's the only time I feel justified in being angry is when I try to prevent myself from being angry by setting a boundary, and people don't do it. Then I'm so much more angry that people didn't let me not be angry because it makes me hate myself. That's how weird my relationship with anger is. I only like being angry when I can feel it and say, I'm really angry right now, like that.
Yeah.
That's the only way that I'm cool with it.
I I see you as having a lot of emotional blockages, and I see you as like an incredibly intelligent person, and I want you to unleash.
Um,
I like you,
nobody lets me.
if you did, it would be horrifying because, I want to see, like, but no, because I think that like,
I can tell you what it looks like. I've had the
well, no,
cops called just for me screaming. I used to say I'm the
yeah,
nicest guy 363 days out of the year, but one day of the year I'm an asshole. I used to bottle everything,
yeah,
and then it would
because you're nice
explode.
every other day. Yes, because you don't have a
Dude,
healthy relationship with it. Yeah.
it lead to me walking down the street screaming as loud as I can, just and like scaring people around me and shit because they didn't like they're just freaked out by me.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't want to see you do that. I want to see
Yeah.
you just like, I want to see you do that and
I
then not
work on it.
stop, and like never stop. And then eventually it'll be like fine.
Um, yeah, I have my moments. But it's mostly because people don't want to. Nobody ever wants to deal with my feelings about anything. Because I think that when I do express them, I'm very honest about it, and people don't like honest emotions. They like them all padded up and with makeup on them to where they're comfortable to deal with. Nobody likes to deal with real feelings. They need some artificial sweetener added in, and I don't know how to do that. You can either get it for real or you can not have it. I think if I'm expressing my feelings and I have to change them for you, uh, that I'm disgusted with myself, so I just won't do it. It's humiliating.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because that's me accepting you not accepting me. If I'm emotional towards you and I'm telling you how I feel and I'm expressing how I feel, you look, if you're gonna talk to me about your feelings, then you need to do it this way. No. Then you just can't then I'm not gonna talk to you about it. They're
Well,
not
then
it's not for you.
to just get more mad then. Like that's when you just like get more mad.
Yeah, but then those people
I
usually hurt my
hate
feelings afterwards.
oh man, I
Does that
I
make
was just
sense?
thinking that what was the
But
last thing you
then
just
those people will hurt my feelings really bad, and it makes me scared because I don't want people to
No,
hurt
but
my feelings.
anger kind of protects you a little bit.
Yeah.
At least like so I'm capable of I'm capable of being angry and then not having that taint my opinion of somebody,
Oh, sure.
but I become angry I try to be angry before I have resentment.
Yeah. I like expressing my anger when I'm not feeling it. There we go. That's how I do it now. I'll feel it, and when I've calmed down so that nobody has to take the brunt of it, then I'll express it. And I
Yeah,
don't think
I hate
it's other
that.
people's idea. I don't think
I hate that
it's.
about you. Hate that about you, Drazi. Hate it about you. I want you to. I feel like I
I
hate it
don't want
about
to
you
hurt
because it's
people.
bad for you. I know. I know. And if I know, and where you said we talked about your relationship, you probably could hurt people.
Oh yeah.
You probably could, but I still hate it. I don't think it's good for you, and I don't like seeing it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. That's a very fair criticism. I can't argue with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I sometimes I see you get a little bit angry with me though, and I'm like, yes, yes. I gotta keep poking at you with a stick.
Yeah. I mean, you're more than welcome to. There's nothing I appreciate more than a real criticism.
No,
Because it's
I
almost
didn't
all
mean.
fake. It's almost all fake. I like real criticism that because it helps me learn things about myself that I can't see.
Sure,
But
but
I get a
what
lot
I'm
of fake
saying really isn't
criticism.
even what is it? What I'm saying is hardly even constructive.
It doesn't matter. It's honest, and I like that. I have an
How do you
honesty
feel?
fetish, Smeth.
How do you feel about Max, saying that he, the people that completely shut him down just on the basis that he's not a physicist or doesn't know a lot of math, so they don't want to listen or respect his ideas or theories at all, and saying that that really hurts him on a deep level, and not wanting to engage much with that because it hurts him. How would you feel about then him being levied with the criticism that he is not receptive to criticism? How would you feel about that? That criticism can be. I think he is it's his fault that criticism, and it's his fault that criticism haunts me, because he has given that criticism to Destiny, and so then people are like they weaponize that, and it's like it'll follow him everywhere now, and it's I don't think it's a fair criticism, if like so
I think it's a fair
if
criticism
you're
given at an unfair time.
if you are if you're saying that you're not receptive to criticism in the context of saying someone saying that you're being abusive, that is like when someone says that you're abusive, that's like your job is to at some point at whatever you can do it, like you can do what you do and wait until you're like calm and then engage with it, but it's so I mean something got to engage with it sometime.
Yeah,
Maybe wait a second, but you got to engage with it. But if it's just talking about your physics theory, it's not the same. You don't have to engage with it at all. You could just whatever, and
you can say
it's
just
not
yeah.
a
Well, suck my dick. I don't care.
yeah.
Yeah,
I guess you can say that it's being unreceptive to criticism, but it's not the same.
it's a fair criticism given
There's
in a
no
bad
moral.
time.
There's no moral weight to it.
I mean, the moral weight to it is saying that you're actively being a hypocrite, right?
Why? Because why? If you
That's what they're
uh
saying, whether they're correct or not.
well, if they're not correct, then it's just not. Yeah, so if my criticism of you is that you aren't a squirrel. Okay, well,
Don't ever say that to me.
what if my criticism of you is that you are a squirrel? You're a squirrel, Jazzy.
I have no idea how to deal with that. I have no idea how to
I know. You're not.
receive that.
You don't know
Yeah.
how. You don't know how to receive that. Or it sounds like you're not receptive to criticism, motherfucker. Okay.
Yeah, so I think that that is a fair criticism to make of him, but not when he is talking about that. There's nothing constructive that can happen by criticizing somebody in that way in that kind of a situation. All you're doing is kicking dirt in somebody's eyes when they said I'm on the ground. I think that's shitty.
Well,
If you really think that way, then you should be able to
if you
say that when
can't
it's not
handle,
happening.
if you can't handle having dirt kicked in your eyes, then don't put your ideas out there. This
I think
is
it's
your
don't put your
fault.
eyes by the dirt.
Yeah, don't put your eyes by the dirt. Exactly.
Yeah, that's just people being shitty. When he's talked about that stuff last night, uh, I won't say like I almost cried, but I felt the way I do when I feel like crying. It was very hard. I empathize with that's why I wasn't mad today when I talked to him. It really fucked me up to hear him say that and understand that I was doing something that other people do to me all the time. I was really upset that I didn't see that because that's one of my biggest problems with people.
It's one of
And
my biggest problems with pee hole.
and maybe now that I'm saying that, maybe I should be more lenient with people that are doing that because it's really easy to do that and not realize you're doing it. Because I have no delusions about how much I hate that and how unfair I feel like it is. But I didn't have
But
a
also,
fucking clue I was doing it. I had no idea.
well, yeah, but also part of me is like, well, if I'm doing that, then I don't want someone. I mean, you should be called out when you're shitty. So it's like, even
Yeah,
if
just
I'm being
maybe
shitty, then
not
I should be
when you're
called
being
out.
shitty.
No, when you're being shitty, you should be called out.
Oh, I guess it's kind of like that. Nobody gives a shit if you're right. If you're an asshole when you're being right. I think nobody cares if you're criticizing them if they're doing the thing while you're criticizing them for it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, and but I'm a
That's
little
the
bit. I
story
feel
of
a
my
little,
life.
I feel a little bit loopy.
Perfect. About that article.
Yeah, yeah, but
I liked it, and I think that I can't tell if people are full of shit and they're just sort of milking you and trying to fuck with you about it
ooh,
because they know that it's good content to do it, or if they actually feel the way that they say they are. I have a hard time believing it because if I believe them, then I think they're stupid. I think Food
yeah,
Shots was
like
being a bitch on
so.
purpose.
Ricky, dude, I kind of like people are like I've had people tell me, "Oh, you should ban Ricky from your chat." Ricky, no, fuck that, and I'm never banning Ricky. Okay, but like Ricky left a comment on that stream, and she's like,
Ricky's a she?
like yeah, Ricky is like you. Max clearly like has these boundaries with you because he doesn't like you. And I mean like, but if you watch that stream, like obviously that's like, how can you watch that stream and think that Max doesn't like me? You know?
Yeah, that's why I
So
laughed when they said that. That's funny. That's a funny thing to
yeah,
say. You really, I always pictured Ricky from Trailer Park Boys to all those comments, and knowing that Ricky's a woman now
Ricky,
ruins that image I have in my head.
Ricky wrote a big Reddit post, talking about how they are. It's a Ricky's like a small woman that feels small in normal life and likes to go on the internet and have a much more bigger attitude and throw their weight around.
Be a big
And
dog with 30-pound ovaries.
yeah,
I get it. I I used to be a lot more aggressive and mean in other people's chats, and then I realized that I'm just like
Don't you
falling into the mob mentality, and I didn't like
don't
it.
don't fucking talk shit about Ricky.
Or their 30-pound ovaries. Um, yeah, why do you think that people feel like they have to react to your article the way that they did? What do you think it is? Do you think they actually feel that way? Or do you think that
I
they
think that they are humiliated by it and find it embarrassing. Um, you're not supposed to talk about these things because most people won't let you. Um, there's an inherent amount of insecurity that people live with in their relationships, and I think I think what I wrote poked at that, and I think that yeah, that's fine. I think that it's kind of mostly probably kind of genuine, and yeah.
you think it's genuine, but like they're confused, so they treat it this way because they can't like they're not like emotionally honest with themselves because of the
No,
way that society treats feelings.
they feel yeah, they feel if they had written that, they would feel utterly humiliated and like rejected. Like the insecurity that I'm talking about, that I talked about last night with Max, um, that's everybody, I think. And like what I said to Max last night, a lot of the stuff I said to him was kind of the stuff that people are telling me is true, but I know it's not true, but I still feel it. And so if I still feel it, and so then like it's normal, and I just think that people are just so crippled by their insecurities and their emotional repression, and yeah.
Yeah, I actually think that's pretty accurate. It's really like I think the epitome, like Queeman to me is the epitome of that.
Really? Queeman's
Yes,
emotionally repressed?
yes.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
he hates when anybody's emotionally sincere about anything.
Yeah, but he also loves it too.
He loves to shit on
Queeman.
it.
Queeman's way more complicated than you fucking think. Okay, like
Possibly.
well, I understand why you would hate him.
I don't hate him.
Or you know,
I don't.
okay, I would understand why you would have this attitude about him,
I
because
I do
he
think
treats
it's
you like
fun. I think it's fun to take little jabs at him though.
he treats you like a freak in a carnival.
It gives me permission to
Okay,
take jabs.
sure,
I like that.
absolutely, yes. And he kind of treats me a little bit like that. But
Yeah.
but the thing about him is, um, he's like he's complex. He's not the same as like I don't know. He like yeah, he's whatever.
I'm willing to agree with that because I played MK with DK for a couple of months, and in doing so, I talked to him and stuff. And at one point, I was like, wait a minute, you're just a regular fucking nerd. I know you. I know exactly who you are, dude. You're like a half a dozen friends that I've had throughout my life. You're just a regular ass nerd with a job where you get paid to say the N word so Chud doesn't have to. Like, if somebody wanted to pay me to say the N word for them online, you better believe I wouldn't give a shit what anybody thought when I did it. What a cool fucking job to have. You're a fucking weeb. You like playing video games and you like getting nerd shit. You don't even really care about politics, dude. Uh, but this persona that gets created makes I think a lot of people seem a lot more one dimensional than they really are.
But
Not even two dimensional.
you
There's
know,
no
Queeman
space.
agrees with Max about the Destiny shit, right?
Oh yeah, because well, I think the common sentiment in Spicy is that Destiny's a piece of shit. That's like the group
Yeah,
think there, yeah.
but Queeman isn't. So like, at first when Queeman started streaming, my image of him was he is the embodiment of the most toxicness of Spicy Chat. He was just a caricature of me, but he's not. He's not everything that's the most toxic you can imagine. He's
No, that's Rita.
I don't know who Rita is, but
Oh. Rita's the one who actually put like my information out there and shit. They've hated me because
like Queeman will laugh at you, for being an idiot because that shit's out there and shit. But he's not
don't think he's
trying
a bad
to.
guy.
I don't think he's a bad guy. Yeah,
I don't think I've ever really.
he's an asshole, but he's not a bad guy. He's just,
Yeah, I think I never think of him as a person. Just his online personality is all I ever really think about, and I think of it as an online personality, and I've never considered the person really. But I don't think I've ever seen anything where I thought like this is the real person and not the personality. So I never thought to probe it.
because of Queeman, you are going to get a way bigger boost in the algorithm.
Oh yeah, he spells my name right.
Because
Do you know that? He's the only person I've ever seen. Maybe you do, I'm not sure, but like he puts Elderdrazi, capital E, capital D, no space. He has it exactly how I have it on my channel, and
I've heard you
everybody
say
spells
this
it wrong.
multiple times.
It blows me away. It fucks me up. That the one person who only ever talks to me in the context of like ripping on me actually did that. Like it shows a weird amount of care that people who I'm in totally good terms with don't take. It
doesn't mean, I don't think that means he cares, but
no. It's an amount of care in getting the name right. It's such a look.
Queeman's,
I think it's funny.
He will laugh at you when you go to jail for not giving child support. He will do that. But I don't know. He's not gonna. That's honestly, I don't understand. Like, that's
What's the other side of that?
the child support thing is
Yeah, he'll
funny.
laugh at you for going to jail.
But the child support thing is funny.
It is funny in that for
It
me at least
is.
that I shouldn't owe anything. I've sole custody for like 3 fucking years. They just never my kid's mom wrote them a letter and shit saying like this was going on. However, and she told me she took care of it. That just had no legal bearing. She didn't follow any of the proper legal channels to do this. Basically, she's stupid, and I trusted her when I shouldn't have, and I almost got arrested because of it. That's how stupid that whole fucking thing is. Which is funny.
Yeah, I can understand
the way that everybody else
really...
would see it without that information is also funny. I get it.
Yeah, with or without that information, it's just
Correct.
it's just funny. I mean, it's not funny that you had to like go through it, but like, I mean, in the moment, but like, just as a story, like too, it's just, yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah. In that moment, I was totally fine in the car, and then when I got into my van, I was like a block and my cousin and my wife just walked to where I was. That's how close I was to my house, and I was like maybe 50 feet away from the gas station, and I was totally fine. Then I got in the car and I just fucking broke down. I was like crying and shit, and then we got home and I was okay. I was just like, I didn't want to go. The idea of going to jail for that was so outrageous to me. It's like I didn't fucking do anything wrong.
Well, it is outrageous. It's just
Imagine going to jail but being like, I literally didn't fucking do anything bad.
But like,
I'd be like in front of the judge like Tyrion Lannister, go ahead and call me a monster.
You said that she got it like cleared up, so it makes it way easier to laugh at.
I cleared it up. I cleared it up.
Yeah, but let's say that it didn't get cleared up and you actually had to stay. I don't like. I would not be laughing if you were in jail right now.
The
right?
idea
But,
is
like,
funny.
Yes.
Yes.
That you like. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, Jail sucks.
Oh yeah.
However, that one not too bad. It's about as good as jail can be. I've only ever went to jail for not having money. Like I had a ticket and I didn't pay the fees and I went to jail before for that. And then child support for my kid who I lived with. Like I was
How many nights have you ever been in jail?
like in total almost a full year combined for not having
Oh,
money.
wow.
Dude, I lived in the thumb of
So you ever
Michigan
jerked off in jail?
a bunch.
Okay, what's that like?
Uh it's so here's the thing, it almost becomes a necessity because if you don't do it, then you're just gonna start like jacking off in your sleep and not realizing it. And you don't want people to see, you don't want to be exposed like that. Like I'll
Damn.
after certain and like I think for the first 2 weeks, uh, it's not too bad. And then I start getting mad when people have hot women on TV. Like I when I'm in jail, I there's three things I don't ever want to see on the TV. I don't want to see hot women. I don't want to see fucking food commercials. And I don't want to watch Inside American Jail. People watch Inside
Oh,
American Jail when they're in jail. And I'm like,
that's
that's our only fucking portal
that's
out of this
fucked.
place.
That's
Why are you
fucked.
guys watching that?
Why would you not want to see hot women though?
Because I can't fuck.
Yeah, but
I
that's
have a
why
pretty I have a pretty consistent healthy sex life, and it just shows me it's just showing me what I can't have, and it makes me mad.
yeah, you're that kind of alpha. You need the real thing.
Don't get me wrong, I can satisfy myself even when I do have a woman. I'll still jerk off, but like when you know that it's just never going to be an option until you're out of there, it's just not cool to see it for me. It makes me so mad. Like, have you ever seen a woman in real life where like she's so hot that it pisses you off? You're like,
No.
I know I'd never. Uh, there's been very few times I've seen a woman so like, oh, why are you so hot? Fuck you. Um, it's like that to a whole
Oh
nother
no.
extreme. Uh,
No.
for me
I
being
don't
like
have
that.
that feeling. I feel I get a lot of hatred towards women regardless of if they're hot.
Oh,
But yeah.
that's a really funny thing for me to be laughing at. I I like misogyny humor.
Well,
The
it's
same
not
way
it wasn't a joke.
I understand, but that appeals to my sense of humor about misogyny.
Yeah.
That's why it is funny because it wasn't a joke in how you said it. So so lax and casual. I used to make jokes about that I beat my wife when we lived up north, and everybody knew us, so it was fine because everybody knew I didn't beat my wife. And when we moved
And
down
then
to the
once you beat your
city,
wife, you couldn't make jokes anymore. It kind of
no,
ruins
the
it.
jokes were the perfect mask. What are you talking about? No,
Yeah,
we moved to the
yeah.
city, and my wife brought me like the wrong can of corn or something. I was like, "No, lady, that's not the right one." She was like, "Don't hit me." And some dude glared at me, and I was like, "Oh, hey, nobody knows this around here. You can't make jokes like that. I'm gonna get my ass kicked for something I didn't even do." Uh, so we've had to
A
like,
friend of mine, had this video. I don't talk to him anymore, but he was at some concert with his girlfriend, and he was like pushing her, and they have this kind of relationship though. I don't know. He is kind of abusive, but somebody mouthed, are you okay?" to her, and it's on the video, and so they would laugh about this all the time.
that's funny. That's really funny. Um, I'm gonna say something really controversial.
He would he would like poke her like her legs and her thighs, and like draw on it because she would bruise very easily. So he'd just like be in bed like poking her and just like to like draw like tic-tac-toe on her like leg, and she'd be like, ah, and and then like he would be like, you're gonna have to like cover your legs when we go to see your family.
That's funny.
But he was
Uh,
actually abusive too.
oh,
So it's yeah. But I don't think it
there's a
was
fine
physical.
line.
But that
Um,
was kind of physical, I guess. I don't know.
Do you want to
Anyway,
hear something really controversial?
yeah.
I do hit my wife. She'll be like, she's like, punch me. I'd be like, all right, and then like I'll like playfully hit her on. She'll be like, no, harder than that, and like okay, and then she'll keep on, and then until she's like, okay, that's good. And I don't know what the fuck her deal is with that. And like I'll be like her and I'll argue or something, and at the end of like, and it's cool. She'll be like, you just need to hit me more, and I'm like, I don't really know what you fucking want from me, okay? It says like it's this playful dynamic that she has, but I have no idea what she actually fucking wants out of it. Uh, but I think if some people see that, they just be like, "Is he beating the shit out of his wife?" Like, no, she like bugs me to fucking like hit her in the arm and shit. She's fucking weird, but I love her because she's
Mm.
fucking weird. I think it's at least somewhat sexual, obviously, but
Got to get a whip or something.
you have gotta
That,
get.
that reminds me of an experience in art school that I had. This guy was with me and like these like three women that I was hanging out with at the time, and he was like such a like attention whore. Like I don't know, he just wouldn't chill. He just wouldn't chill. Okay, and I was just frustrated with him. Like he was like ruining the vibe for me. And there was one of those dollies like you put like a bunch of boxes on it. It's called dolly,
Yeah,
right? You lean
yeah.
it back. Yeah, so he like stands on it. He's like, move me on it. Like move me on it. And he's standing on it and he's like, and I was like, just get off. I just want to fucking move this thing. And he's like, no, move me on it. And it's just obvious to me that if I like lift this, like it's not gonna be easy to
Pull
lift
it
while he's
back.
like standing on it. Like yeah, like to pull it back while he's standing on it, and like it's not like gonna be like it's gonna like do a weird jerk. And he just keeps like, no, do it. And then I'm just like, I just get like, fuck, and I just yank it, and because I knew I had to yank it for him, and
Yeah,
he just fucking completely floored him under the ground, and
as I say,
um,
just yank it
and
back and let him
and he
fall.
and then someone was looking and they were like, why the fuck did you just do that? And I was like, he wouldn't fucking shut up. He kept fucking telling me to do it, and I wanted to fucking get this shit out of this person's room because I was helping him move, and he wouldn't get the fuck off of that thing, and he kept yelling at me to do it. So I just fucking did it, and now I can get their fucking boxes out of their room. And now he's out of the fucking way. Um, yeah.
I would have said I didn't mean to do it because it sounds like your
I
intention
meant
wasn't
to.
to put him on the floor, was it?
Well, I, I just wanted to do the
I just
thing
like
that
that
he
you made
said to
no
do.
excuse for yourself at all. You
Yeah,
made yourself look worse in your
I guess.
response.
I don't know.
Well, it made it look like you intended to hurt him with your response
I just intended to get
because
him
you
to shut
were
the fuck up.
because you were tired of hearing his mouth. So you're like, he said to do it, so I put him on the fucking ground. All right. And if you got a problem with it, I'll put you on the ground too. That's kind of how that comes off.
You next? Yeah.
Um, I'm I'm really curious about bring it back to the article.
I feel like I'm in a fishbowl.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
I'm tired.
Oh, you got 20 more
What about
minutes
the
here?
What about the article?
Uh, what kind of emotional toll did writing that take on you? I don't know why nobody asked you this.
Define toll
How did it affect you emotionally,
made me
writing
very
it?
emotional.
How? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Um,
I just gave you the best question anybody's asked you about it, and you're gonna fucking give me that?
um, yeah, I well, I wrote about it in it. It at points I was very mad at Max, and I don't know, it made me just anxious about
How did it
myself,
make?
and
Yeah, how did it make you feel about yourself? That's what I'm really curious about.
uh, like right now,
No, when you were
fine,
writing it.
right.
This seems like there had to have been an emotional journey when you're writing something like that. That can't just
I
be
don't know what
pretty.
I don't know what the emotion is to call it, but uh, dread, guilt, anxiety, self-loathing, uh,
What made you loathe yourself?
my mom.
When you were writing it, your mom made you loathe
No,
yourself? Or does that a more
but
general
it made me connect with some of these things.
uh
Self-loathing is honestly vague.
yeah, I know.
It's
That's what I'm
guilt.
trying to poke.
Guilt's less vague.
How did your mom make you loathe yourself?
Uh, I don't.
I said you don't have to answer, but I think this is interesting.
I don't have enough spoons right now.
That's fair. Just write me up an email in full detail in the morning. No, I'm just kidding. Uh,
Yeah, I'll do. Okay, here's what I can do right for you right now. I'm going
yeah.
to become my mom.
Oh God.
Continue.
Uh, did you have any like? So when
Anyway,
I'm
oh,
thinking of you writing this
I just
article,
drank. I just drank this iced coffee, and it's just so good. You should try it.
no, coffee should be hot,
Um. Oh.
just like tea.
Uh. You never appreciate anything that I do for you. You you know,
Because I
even
didn't
though
like your coffee advice.
let's take a pause here. I got the coffee for me. I didn't get the coffee for you. Got some. I put it in a cup. I gave it to you. Now you're gonna try it, and then if you don't try it, you don't appreciate anything I do for you.
Oh,
Let's continue.
I I get it.
You get it? You get it?
How do I make the mom thing stop? So I
I'm the
can,
best friend. I'm the best friend you've ever had.
yeah,
You don't even have any friends except for me, Drazi. I'm the best
yeah.
friend you've ever had. Nobody will ever love you like I do.
So you have to parent your mom.
Yeah.
You're her emotional support child.
I fucking hate it when you talk like this. Why can't you just be a good person? Why can't you just be like your cousins? I don't know why you can't just appreciate the moment and appreciate things I do for you.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
I need some, I cannot do this right now. And then like, so now you're in like in a position where you're trying to like explain yourself and you're trying to bridge a gap. You're trying to create some understanding. And once you start getting into that mode, I'm going to run away from you because I know that you're coming for me and I have control of the situation. So now I'm leaving the room. And now
That's
you're going
the
to walk
worst.
towards now you're going to keep walking towards me. And then she's going to be like yell for my dad. Uh um and he's scaring me or something or
Yeah, winds you up and then makes you deal with it on your
and
own.
winds me up using guilt. And and then I try to connect with her and I try to be loved.
Um,
And then that's weaponized against me.
yeah. Uh, I can understand. It's not the same, but I was only allowed to say things that my mom liked. I used to have fantasies about like duct taping her to a chair and just making her listen to me talk when I was like 12 or 13. Just to she couldn't walk away and negate the conversation when it got uncomfortable for her.
My solution was just to always avoid, and yeah, the only way I would have control is by basically gray rocking.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Gray rocking is a term for dealing with narcissistic abuse, and I think it's a horrible solution because you're really just repressing yourself.
What is it?
You're really just you become closed off, and you become just bare minimum, completely neutral in all of your interactions, and there's nothing to grab onto, and so it nullifies narcissistic abuse, but it also nullifies you. So it's an abusive solution to yourself to use gray rocking, gray stone, and gray rocking. It's not a good solution. It's a bad solution.
Yeah, I think I just started parenting myself. I tell everybody I raised myself. So I took up the parent role, but for me. I would like what's the word? I would discipline myself and I would monitor my own behavior as though there was like somebody who cared doing that stuff because of it.
That sounds bad. The disciplining yourself sounds bad.
Yeah, it was. Uh see like
Well, you still do it.
yeah, I mean I think that's mostly what people are is the behaviors that they developed as a kid. But
Yeah.
they pretend like they don't have them anymore because they're an adult. When I finally had enough
Yeah.
power to make her listen to me, she was like on all kinds of pills and was just always sleeping all the time. And if I'd force her awake, she'd just like mumble nonsense at me. So like, even though I had like all the physical power to make her finally listen, she was like chemically impossible to communicate with. Very frustrating. She was also my only parent for most of it too. So I guess I just think I didn't really have a choice. So, while it's not the same, I can empathize with having a shitty mother. And then, like a year ago, she DM'd me out of nowhere and apologized for all this shit, and I was so mad at her because I feel like she got it all off her chest. Like now things are just good, and I have to like feel bad for her, and I'm mad that she
Yeah,
that I'm in that
she's not.
position.
She's parentifying you again because now she's telling you to take care of her. It sounds like that's how she made you feel.
Uh,
By
yeah, it made me
apologizing,
feel like I had to. Yeah.
she's making you feel like you are now you have to be nice to her. Because it's I've done this good thing. I think like Daddy Drawsy. You know.
And then I swear to God, she told me that she's like an Andrew Tate fan essentially afterwards, and I was like, I fucking hate you. The guy she's dating is a big fan of his, and then like 3 months later, surprise, he's like an abusive guy, and she's still with him. I hate her for that shit. So yeah, parents suck, dude. And I guess I don't know if you're just memeing. We talk privately, like, is your dad at least like all right?
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I don't really want to.
Well, you just said like you self-loathe because of your mom, but you didn't say anything about your dad.
Yeah, my dad is filled with guilt of his own and debilitatingly, and it's not it's not a good dynamic.
Probably not great that you're in a position to live there, to have to live there still for you.
I'm fine.
I'm not saying you're not gonna make it.
Shut.
Uh,
Fuck you.
I'd say
Let's
like
talk
it
about the
seems like this
fucking
is
article.
probably
Let's talk
a
about the fucking
bad
article.
direction.
Shut the fuck up. Let's talk about the fucking article.
That is what we were talking about. Um, did you learn more about yourself or Mr. Girl when you did it? Because when I read that the night after I did the stream, I thought about that a lot.
Both. I can't tell.
A very artistic answer about an article called Becoming Max.
I'm
Why?
so out of spoons. I'm so out of spoons.
Sorry, I
You've dug into my trauma.
you know, you seem like the kind of person who really welcomes it, and I feel like maybe I went farther than
I was
I
already
feel
out
like
of spoons.
I feel like I
though.
had more permission than I did. So yeah. You seem like the kind of person who's like, dig at me, bro. But I can understand too. It is late. So you're under no obligation to like push yourself to keep staying up and having this conversation either, buddy.
Sometimes I'm dig at me. Sometimes I'm not.
Yeah, I was just telling you that's the perception that I get. And I feel like if I think of it and I don't, I'm like I feel like I'm being mean to you by not digging.
I mean, when I give off signals, I'm
Yeah,
setting
you
boundaries.
confuse me too because you seem like you want people to fucking like
Yes,
why do you do the tour that
So
you've been
yeah, when
doing?
you're implying that I am boundaryless.
No, I'm
But
saying I'm
sometimes I have
confused.
boundaries.
No, I'm just saying I'm
S-
confused about what they are.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, I like why do you so I guess maybe I thought of this with Mr. Grill too. It seems
I
like you go and get
I'm
these
not in a
these
I'm
gasoline.
not in a good state right now.
Do you want to end the
Uh,
stream?
Not really.
Okay,
Well, it's not a good end to the stream.
sure.
I gotta explode. I gotta completely have a mental breakdown, and then the stream can end.
Well, I don't really have the tools for that, but I'm curious why you. It seems like all the conversations you've had about your article were on purpose to just fight about it. Like you picked the people that you knew you were gonna fight with about it.
Those are the people that wanted to talk to me, though.
Oh, were they the only ones that reached out?
Yeah,
Oh, well, obviously, and me.
yeah.
What did you think about when I came on to Wix? Somebody,
Appreciated that. I appreciated that very much.
and it's funny too because that's the one time I've came on to stream where everybody said that like basically the perception was I came in to defend you, but I wasn't there to defend you. I was there because I was fucking mad, like I said, as a viewer, like I guess by proxy. It has that effect, and like I do. Maybe when I was getting mad, part of it was because I was mad on your behalf, but like I hate that. I just meant what I said so much. And
I
everybody was
loved it.
like, Mr. Girl supporters sticking together. Like, can't you just see what's actually happening? Like, this, I don't understand.
I
Well, I
loved
do.
it.
I get it, but I hate it. I hate that's how. I hate Twitch
You
poll
saved me.
audience.
You saved me.
Oh. I have a hard time understanding you, Smeth. I
I'm
half
in a
ex-
weird state. I'm in a weird state right now.
I half
I'm like
expected you to get
clammy.
mad at me for coming into
I'm
that.
clammy. I'm clammy. I'm cognitively.
Is it
I
just
just in
because
a
you're
weird.
tired?
Yeah, like a little bit tired. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, and so that makes me like more anxious, and yeah,
I'm in
yeah.
a weird
I don't know.
state too. I ended up getting really vulnerable with Mr. Girl, and I wasn't expecting to be,
Yeah.
and I really didn't have a time to zip myself back up before he called. So I'm going in weird vulnerable places because I didn't properly
Well,
deal with that conversation after it happened.
I, it's good. It's good. It's fine. It's good.
So we're being weird together.
Yeah, in front of everybody.
Yeah, I
It's
actually
like,
I find it more comfortable than if this happened in a private conversation. This is way more comfortable for me.
yeah, because if I do something abusive, then you can hold me accountable. So you're protected. It's like having a camera, like be
Oh,
a police cam, you know, like you know,
I think that if you were abusive in this call, I would be protective of you because I
that's
agreed to have the
fucked.
conversation.
That's
And
fucked.
I wouldn't be like that with everybody, but because I know you and I don't think that it would have been on purpose. And I'd be like, no, leave Smeth alone.
Doesn't matter.
Well, that's whatever.
When I worked
But
at a daycare, I really appreciated that they had cameras all the time
oh
because
yeah,
being a guy, um, and also there was policy, and I was never alone with the kids. And I don't know, just I felt really the perception of me being a guy, and yeah,
I think it removes intimacy. I can be vulnerable without being intimate.
really,
Yeah, I'm a very intimate person, which leads to me getting hurt by people a lot. But when it's like the conversation I had with Mr. Girl, I would die if I had that privately with him. I'd be so embarrassed. But
really.
I can be vulnerable without being intimate if it's public. Yeah, it's very easily.
Mm.
Vulnerability is not hard for me. Intimacy is much harder. And if it's just me, you alone talking, and there's nobody around, it becomes more meaningful and more intimate. And that's weird for me.
It's more
It has more weight.
and more responsibility, or you're taking on more. It's more repercussions.
I'm giving more of myself to you in a conversation like this if it's private. I'm I think.
This is more transactional.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more safe for me. I think for a lot of people this would make them feel a lot more bare, but for me, it's not so much.
Huh.
I don't know how to make you freak out like you want.
No, I was joking.
Oh, said you confuse me, dude. I
Well,
can't always tell.
it needs a good we need to come to a good conclusion.
Um,
So,
why do you think Mr. Girl has different boundaries with Lav than you? He
I
didn't
don't
answer the question.
know. I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know.
You have
I
a theory
think.
crafted?
I say that that's a term I use facetiously, but yeah, I think that is related to her power in life and her power in their relationship, which is related to her having a rich husband and making a shit ton of money from people looking at her body, and her willingness to be mean to him. Um, it's all Also, the fact that I look up to him, which feels very unfair because he ensures that I look up to him. If we had that conversation in private, after 3 conversations like that, looking up to him wouldn't be the same. Uh, this is what I thought already.
I just think it's because he doesn't want to have sex with Lav.
What? But he doesn't want to have sex with me either.
That's the joke. This is a pretty good
Oh,
one. This is a pretty good one.
no, it wasn't. It doesn't make sense.
I said that because Lav people always say he wants to fuck her, and then sometimes Lav jokes
No,
about that.
but the joke makes more sense if you say that he does want to fuck her. That's the reason for the
Well,
difference.
the joke
he
is I'm saying he wants to fuck you.
Oh, but he has more.
He doesn't want to have sex with Lav.
He wants me to look up to him, because he wants it to be a really good fuck. He wants me to really be enthusiastic when he fucks me. So yeah, he wants to fuck me like the
he wants
most...
to make you want it. He's putting all these boundaries in place so you finally break through and beg him for it. See?
Yeah. He wants me to really like.
It's gonna be your idea.
Put the twist in with my asshole. He wants me to really really go the extra inch.
He's gonna have you to the point to where you're begging for it so much it'll be abusive for him to tell you no.
Yeah, it's always abusive to tell me no at all times. That's a fact.
What is going on with that shit right to your right behind you? The hand and the action figure. I keep looking at it. Is that actually what I'm seeing, or is it just what I think I'm seeing?
You don't want to see it? I can do this.
Well, I just didn't know if sometimes when things
I got a
are
spotlight.
small.
I got a spotlight on it.
Oh, I should have known. Everything about your aesthetic is intentional.
Not everything. I got this criticism from you and Rezi and Tuna Chip that other night, but the guys are acting like everything I do. It's like diuretic. Like you put that song in the end of your thing, and it didn't mean anything. Not every fucking thing means everything, but I do.
Well, that's why I asked.
I do put a lot of things in things that do. And it doesn't. This here doesn't necessarily mean anything. I'm just being creative, but I did put a lot of thought into it.
Yeah.
Or a decent amount. I mean, I thought about it and I did it.
Well, that's why I didn't say, what does it mean? I said, what's up with that?
Yeah. So, I mean, just because I put a thought into it doesn't mean it necessarily overtly means anything. And just because I did it doesn't mean I put thought into it, but I do put a thought into a lot of things, and sometimes I do mean things.
I think it's really funny because everything else looks like it's aesthetically thoughtful and kind of like a pretty, pleasing aesthetic, and then you have this creepy fucking thing with a spotlight on it. It's a very funny contrast.
Yeah.
I thought there was soil on top of it. I didn't think you could just pull that out of there. That's funny. I appreciate how weird you are, Smeth.
Thank you.
I said the other day, I don't like normal people. I like people that are weird. And sometimes people will give criticisms about you to me, and I'm just like, look, Smeth's just fucking weird, okay? That's fine. Like, when I say weird, I mean different, and I mean it's good. And that's why I don't like it when other people use it, because they don't use it the way I'm using it. They're using it as a cowardly way to criticize somebody. And don't take away one of the best compliments I could give somebody and use it as a vague fucking bullshit coward statement.
If you're gonna suck my dick, I need you to have red lipstick on, okay?
Excuse me, I'm criticizing people like Wick at the moment. I'm done complimenting you.
Good.
We've moved past that.
If you're gonna kiss my ass, I'm gonna put lipstick around my asshole.
But I also think that the people that talk shit because you're weird, I don't think that they're actually mad about it.
Of course, no. Usually don't people don't usually talk shit about me because I'm weird. Yeah, yeah
Because you're different.
when I make people uncomfortable, um, I don't know. Usually, like I can tell people like it. I don't know.
Yeah, but they act like they don't. And it's annoying.
Yeah,
It's
fine with it.
annoying. It's annoying when it happens on stream because it's dishonest. And I'm annoyed by dishonesty.
I don't know.
I think there's a lot of performative outrage towards you in this space in general.
I don't really think. I think it's fine. It's all fine. It's all fine. It's all proportional.
Well, it's different for you than it is for me because I'm a viewer of it. For you, that's a totally different thing. I have no
Well,
access to.
if you're speaking as a viewer, I don't want you to defend me.
Right now, I am. That the complaint I'm having right now is as a viewer. As a co-streamer,
Right.
I think it's an asset that people have that.
But I don't want like my viewers to like defend me like that.
Yeah, I'm not. Just talking about it. Talking about how I feel about it. When I defend you, you'll fucking know it.
You're just a crazed Smeth fan, just like the rest of them.
I'm definitely at least crazed. There's no doubt about that.
All right.
Yeah, it's about that time. One last question. Because I can't get it out of my head. Do you sleep with a stuffed animal?
Nope.
I can so easily imagine you having like a little dinosaur at night.
I sleep with my clean clothes. I have a pile of clean clothes on my bed. I sleep
Oh.
next to it. And then I
You
like
have a
end up
pseudo
like
stuffed animal.
Yeah, I'm getting them warmed up for when I wear them.
That's such a fucking weird answer. Oh my god.
uh Yeah, I
didn't
don't like
expect
stuffed
that.
animals. I don't get it.
Well, you sleep with your clothes, so you appreciate the value, but just not the form.
It's just like I could worm my limbs in like into them. So like I'm an octopus, like I worm my way into the old the clean clothes and octopus my body like it's like I'm in a nest, you know. I can really get in there.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like the nice fresh bed linen. I rub myself all over it. It's soothing.
And I also lay down some fresh hay onto my bed, and I don't really do, no, I don't do that, but like a
Horse
horse,
party,
you know.
baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, my wife has so many stuffed animals on my bed
My
all the
wife.
time. I don't like the stuffed animals.
Do I remind you of your wife?
Only sexually. No, you don't remind me of my wife at all. My wife's a tiny albino lady. Nobody reminds me of my wife.
Hmm. I had a girlfriend that was addicted to stuffed animals and Furbies, and she was fucking crazy. She was manipulative, crazy. She took advantage of me.
You just
Bought her a
described a
dog.
woman, dude.
Bought her a dog.
You bought her a
Had a
dog?
She had a stern conversation with her before I bought it. I was like, this is like I'm spending like $2,000 on this
Oh
dog
my
here.
god.
This is like an engagement ring. Like this is don't let me buy this. And like only let me buy this if this is serious right now. This is not like something to take lightly. Don't let me do this. Maybe we need to like wait before we do this. And
But I want it.
no,
It's cute.
she reassured me.
That's way worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
I have some good memories. She was hot. I remember
I always
eating her out on her parents' porch, and their neighbors came up and they're like headlights, it's like dead at night, and their headlights like were straight on us, and then they stopped, and then it just didn't stop, and then she was enjoying it so much that she didn't stop, and I got a kick out of that.
I always feel embarrassed or bad whenever I talk about any of the women that I've dated or had sex with being hot.
This is quite a long time ago. She doesn't even know
No, I don't feel bad for
about any of
them.
this.
It just feels weird. It feels like people are gonna think I'm sexist. Like I'm gonna get called out for it. Because people online are fucking insane.
I I want to say I'm sexist, but I don't think I am. But it would be funny if I did.
I
But
enjoy sexism as a humor. I enjoy racism as a humor.
I
I
enjoy
like all the
misogyny.
things.
I don't enjoy sexism. There's a difference, though.
Sure,
It,
it's misogyny. Yeah, that's the
yeah.
actual thing.
Sexism is yeah.
Like I like
But I am misogynist. Like everybody is.
honestly, do you know who's the most misogynistic person I know? My wife. My wife fucking hates women because she's a lot more gay than she is straight, and she fucking hates like I've never heard people bitch more about women's bullshit than my wife.
Women
Uh
that date me tend to hate women too. Or maybe it's just all women hate women. I think
I
most women hate women.
I used to say all the time, the only thing a woman hates more than other women is herself, and I just feel like that's a very true thing, but a very uncomfortable thing to talk about seriously. We make them compete against each other all the time, though. So, like, I guess it's just like the natural way for it to go.
I don't know. We make men compete against each other a lot too.
But it's a chummy kind of competition, and even when it's not, there's still a.
No, it's just more aggressive. Where women have to
Er,
be passive
I was
aggressive.
just about to say we're allowed to externalize it.
Yeah. All
I
right.
got a misogynistic friend. She
I
doesn't
am
look like me.
melting. I'm melting. I'm
Do you need me to fucking
melting.
carry you to bed?
All right. I'm going to take this horse and I'm going to make glue. And take that how you will. Just
Okay.
just visualize me making glue. What does that mean to you? Huh?
I think it means you're
Okay.
gonna beat off and fall asleep. By the way, Tuna Chip said they wish they could hate us the way they hate women, but they don't want to hate women. Oh, sorry, women hate women in a way that they can't hate men. They wish they could hate us the way they hate women, but they don't want to hate women.
Oh, men. You can't live with them. You can't live without them.
Mostly because if they
Okay.
try, we
Okay.
hurt them.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving you. This is the end of the stream. I'm breaking up with the stream.
Good night, Smeth.
Have a good one. Good night. Good night.
That was interesting and unstructured as fuck. I liked it. It was fun. Oh God. There's a lot of there's a lot of horse for one evening for me. By the way, hey Tuna. Oh. Oh, what I got here. Oh boy. All right, I don't have much left in me, but you got it.
How we doing, buddy?
I'm exhausted. Mr. Girl and then Smeth is a lot of stream to do. Not even in a bad way, but it is
Did
a
you do
lot.
the Did you do the What? It's not hotline today. You had a one-on-one.
Yeah, it was about physics, but my tone had to shift a lot because last night he was very open and vulnerable about how the subject is stressing him out and making him depressed, and he made me empathize with him really well when he talked about it on the hotline. So I was pretty respectful in the conversation, and it went really well. It's just not how I had visioned it at all. I thought I'd be screaming at him and shit. Oh
I wanted
God.
to I wanted to I wanted to just like cold ignore that entire part of what he's doing when I had him on my show, and I did, but it's still like it's such a large chunk of his mind right now. Like we
Yeah.
were having a conversation that had basically nothing to do with the physics stuff that he was doing. And while I asked him at the end, and I had a slot where I was going to ask him about what he's working on, and I knew he was going to talk about it there, I didn't think that it would come up in the middle of a chat about
Superman.
Superman of all things. But it came up nonetheless, I guess, because there's the whole, that entire movie is about nuclear war and the Cold War, and that's, space is so much part of that. I wanted to clarify my statement really quick, and then also maybe talk with you for a little bit if you're going to stay on stream. But
I got about
I
10
think
minutes
it's
in
really,
me. I
you got
bet
to
I look tired.
listen. That's what my girlfriend says before I take her for another 40. If you know what I mean. No, when somebody wants to hate somebody or hate a group of people, when they want to hate them and they still construct their life around trying to find individual members of that group to live their entire life with, you know that the other group of people, the opposite pairing of people of that complement, is so incredibly hated by them because they don't want to hate. Women want to like women so bad.
Yeah.
And yet, women aren't likable enough. Women aren't likable enough for women.
That was such a good pause.
And it makes you wonder how the same dynamic works with white women and race, because they want to like black women so bad and they want to hate themselves so much. And yet, the moment that a white woman is anti-racist, they spend a lot more time and they signal boost anti-racist white people more than they would just like an average normal black woman. White women don't like blacks. They want to really severely. And the same thing with gay people. They go out of their way because it's the right thing to do, but a lot of them, a majority of them, I think that they just like white men, and they hate that about themselves. It actually makes them hate themselves more how much they hate themselves. It's a loop, right? Because you're not supposed to like white men, and yet you're, inculcated in a culture that more or less, if you don't like white men, then you kind of don't like breathing. You can, try as hard as you can to hate us, but it's not going to work. You're going to get married to one of us almost every time. It's crazy to me. It's really hard for me to think about, like, what's the politics of the fact that you want to spend your entire life married to a person that the demographic, because look at the Lav thing. Lav, talks all kind of shit about men. Most married women talk so much shit about men, and then they marry one, or they are married to one. They want to hate us that bad, but it's impossible. We're too likable. We're too sexy. We smell good. We do things. We're interesting. We have interests. We're not neurotic and obsessed with hating the opposite sex. We do it effortlessly.
I think I have insight on the I do think the reason why women and gay men want to like you said, they want to
They want
black
to like
women,
each other,
and no, why they
but also
want to,
they like black women. They do want to like black women.
and to a lesser degree black men. I think it's because both of them want to have the same, like, black people have a very deserved history of victimhood that no other class can possibly achieve. But when they feel victimized, they want to have the same kind of appreciation for the victimhood that they feel, but they can't because it's not deserved. It's not earned that way.
There is that whole like phenomena of white women being the most emotional person at the Black Lives Matter protest. That stereotype that we've seen played out a couple of videos where you're a vessel for the world's pain, not because you genuinely are some kind of hyper empath, but because more or less you don't actually experience enough suffering to experience a sort of like baptism of blood. You wish that something truly traumatic and ego destroying could happen to you because you hate yourself. So the only way to get away from that self is to have it completely eviscerated by a great other. But by and large, and this is, the other half of the coin, I'm not trying to say that women are fucking, and that is that men don't, we don't hate women enough in our actions in the places where the women want to hate us, to justify it. Like, if you wanted to hate men in India, if you wanted to hate men in Sudan, it'd be as easy as like looking back to something that happened to one friend or another friend or another friend. But we've been talking and we've been working on creating a network of support in this country between women for so long that most of the time, if somebody is like a rapist, it doesn't take long before everybody in their community knows. It's really, really like we just have a social, we have what could be called a whisper network, but it's not even whispers anymore. It's a bark network. The bitches are howling about it. And you know what? Well deserved. But it just means that, even guys who are maybe have like evil desires are willing to cross that threshold. They're held back by the fact that there's such a strong social fabric. It usually is like one moment of getting caught with their guard down. It's not, we just don't have serial rapists the way, or at least other than really like, what are they called? Celebrities. They seem to get away with it. But like, it tends to be that like, you can maybe get through 2 or 3 bad sexual experiences before people start talking. One rape, it's over, like unadulterated. And that's why they kill their victims. Real rapists, like hardcore hard R, hitting the hard R with that shit. Those people like kill their victims. That's what the whole, trans panic shit's always been about, gay panic shit. The moment that somebody, unapologetically commits violence sexually, it's like, you should get out of that room. There's a knife in the drawer because they are not going to let you survive this encounter. But yeah, just going to the thing, to refocus on it. There's something, like you said, there's something there about wishing that you had the status of being a perfect victim, because white women are like an imperfect victim.
And to
They're
be clear,
a perpetrator.
Black people actually are victims of like a ton of shit. It's actually earned.
Yeah, and black women too. Like, it's like black women's identity is on both ends understood as being like, not only you black, but you're a woman.
It is the most unfortunate thing that you can be in America by no fault of your own.
What was the there's the John Lennon quote, right? The John Lennon quote, woman is the N-word of the world. Imagine being the N-word of the N-word of the world.
It's true. And not only that too, whereas broadly people care about black people
wait.
in the
I just
victimhood,
realized
they don't care about them.
It's Nception. It's N-word inside of an N-word. It's Nception.
You know, it's insane. I feel like I could get more shit from about the things you're saying to me than you ever would. You have such such an amazing ability to say the wildest shit and have nobody get mad at you?
Well, because I think this is the controversial thing. I'm not like spiteful or hateful. I like black people. I spend a lot of time I live in a black neighborhood, so I know how to be able to like have a thoughtful revelation on those things that is like me genuinely engaging in play, as opposed to I feel like you know what it also is? Someone said this before, and I've never thought about it this way, which is funny enough. I don't have a filter, but more than I just don't have a filter, people know I don't have a filter. So no one ever hears something that I'm saying and says, what do you mean by that?
I can't believe Tuna said that. Like, oh, I believe he said that. I
No,
100% believe he said that.
I'm a pretty simple person at the end of the day. I say whatever entertains me. If something like tickles me and makes me excited, I want it to exist in the world because I'm a forgetful person. I'm scared that the things that I like, the concepts that I like, the ideas, the jokes, when I close my eyes, it's a genocide of my own thoughts. It's terrible, man. There's a pile of shoes at the corner of my bed every day of every joke I forgot. Can you imagine the tragedy in my heart? Every day I wake up to my own stone pillars. It's fucking sad. So yeah, I do what I can to be expressive about it.
You know what's funny? I after you left the call on my last stream, I had to explain to Brittany Simon, and I had to preface by saying, like things that you're open about. I have to preface by saying, Tuna's already open about this. I'm not revealing any secrets here.
What was it that you revealed?
I was like, well, like, because she was like at a loss after you left, and I was like, Tuna had like a really abusive upbringing, and I was like, I'm not saying anything that he hasn't said publicly before, and I just sort of said to her how I think that shapes how you like view the world. Like you're very like I said, like you have a manual, and she says introspect. For her, it's like going around and feeling all these gooey feelings and coming up with this like sort of revelation after doing so. Whereas you reach into yourself and you pull out the manual. If it's not in the manual, you go, this shit doesn't make any sense. There's nothing in here about this. And I think that you just had like a very analytical approach to everything because that's how you had to understand things. Being emotionally analytical when you were a kid just didn't make any sense. You had to be logically analytical.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I personally think that there is a distinct hormonal element here, which is that I don't feel a strong difference from one emotion to another, and I don't have the it is biological. It's not merely I understand this idea that there are things that you can forget due to trauma, things that you like. There are psychological things that could be at play.
You can also have genes turn on and off from it too.
What'd you say?
Genes can switch on and off based on trauma as well. Also,
for sure.
Somebody in my chat said that you grew up watching iDubbbz and modeled your entire persona after him. I thought that was really funny.
You know what's really interesting?
I never thought about it, but right now you have big iDubbbz energy.
True. Unfortunately. I've seen iDubbbz content, obviously. Content Cop is a good series, but I learned about iDubbbz because of the accusations. It was the type of thing where I think a lot of people have this experience. Did you ever have this experience where you had a friend be like, you remind me so much of this guy, and they would show you somebody?
I'm sure I have, yeah.
Or are you too original?
No, I just can't think of it.
Wait, no, I did that with you, and then I sent you a picture of the Pringles can.
What's his name? The Mexican comedian, long hair, Felipe Esparza. I changed my Facebook profile picture to Felipe Esparza, and 2 of my family members commented on my profile picture in a way that showed that they just thought that was me.
Yeah, they were like, nice haircut.
My aunt said, I love you, honey. I miss you. My grandma says, you still have that shirt at my house. As in the shirt that Felipe was wearing.
So funny. I mean, it wouldn't shock me because you do seem like the type of person that wear Mexican threads. Like I could see you choloed up. I actually can't see that. I can't. I'll take it back. It's a funny thing to say, but the one thing I can't imagine, not a rude thing. This is who you are. Not a bad thing.
What a preface.
I cannot imagine you wearing a shirt that goes past your knees. That wouldn't happen.
Oh,
you
sure.
don't seem like you would ever flood. I don't think you would ever. You're a little too old for it, for one. But then you also seem like you like your creature comforts. You would never wear something that's about fashion but is uncomfortable. If it got too hot, I feel like you would take that shirt off. You'd be like,
even more
"Get this
so, I
fucking-"
couldn't have my knees make my shirt tug on my back. Fuck that.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
That would be a nightmare.
I think, well, nobody on the Latino side of my family is very Mexican, as far as I know. We're very light skinned, but on that side
There it
also,
is.
like, what'd you say?
I was trying to find that exact picture. I'm gonna send it to you.
Oh, you sent it. I'm
I'm
currently
about to send it to you.
Can this fucking thing shut up and die? Get the fuck out of my face! I don't want Windows 360. Kill yourself! Jesus Christ! Nobody wants that program! Windows, you do not make good software! Get out of my face! Who do they think they are?
L. Jim in my chat said Drazi in a crop top would explode the internet.
Bro, that would be... If I had to imagine one thing, one outfit that could really set you on like the fast track towards fame, go on stream with Smeth one day. Cone bra, like the Cowboy Bebop, the first episode of Cowboy Bebop. You know,
like
the
classic
chick from
Madonna.
the commercial. What is it?
Like classic Madonna.
Listen, you're dating yourself. What are you talking about? I don't know what classic Madonna is versus non-classic Madonna. Let me pull this up. I'm Googling classic Madonna.
Do you remember when we had me, you,
She has
Smeth?
too many looks, bro. You can't. Okay. Let's see. I've got her with muscles out and some kind of conic bra that looks. I'm gonna be real. She looks like Royd Stefani. This is like Gwen Stefani roided the fuck up. What is she doing, bro? I'm copying this image and sending it to you.
Do you remember when F-Bombs, you, me, and I think Will and Smeth did a stream and I was shirtless the entire time? And not only did nobody else on the internet say anything about it, nobody during the entire stream said anything about it.
No, it makes sense. I really.
I think that's the funniest thing I've ever done on stream
I
because nobody said
can say
anything.
nice things. I can say rude things. I'm going to start with the nice thing, which is that you pull it off. The rude thing is the reason why is that everybody's just like, yeah, that guy's probably too hot. That guy looks like he's probably sweating a fucking storm. He can't keep his. What's he gonna do? Turn the air up? That's too expensive. You look cheap and fat. No, I'm just kidding.
The reason I did it was because of the conversation was about what's Giga Chad and what's soy. And
yes,
there's nothing more Giga Chad than being shirtless for an entire stream and nobody even saying a single word about it. I didn't bring attention to it. Nobody brought attention. I thought that was the funniest shit.
Can I say really quick? This wrestler that you sent me a picture of looks like if Jack White ate the other member of the White
He's a
Stripe.
comedian. He's a comedian.
Yeah, he looks like if Jack White ate his sister.
I don't know what Jack White looks like. Well, I guess I do now. Based on
listen that way. There's like a whole genre of okay, I'm thinking White Stripes, Cage the Elephant, Beck. Can you think of any other times that white people have tried to rap, but in order to get away with it, they've added a little bit of Latino swag? That's my genre I'm making. White dudes using Mexican aesthetics in order to do something that's kind of like rap. Well, there ain't no rest for the wicked. I guess they do that a little bit in Sublime. They do a bit of that in Sublime. What else we got?
don't know. It's so
Okay, I'm
specific.
currently Googling white reggae bands. Let's see what we got. Oh, hell yeah. The Phoenix New Times, the 10 best white reggae bands. That's what I would publish in Phoenix. Okay, let's see. Number 10, Slightly Stupid. Followed by number 9, The Dirty Heads.
Oh, wow. Right when you said Dirty Head, somebody in my chat said it. It was like picture perfect timing.
Cisco Adler. That's number 7, or number 8. Number 7 is Eration. Eration? Listen, I don't care. Number 6, Tribal Seeds. Number 5, The Expendables. And now we're going to get into the hard hitters, the ones everybody at home's thinking. Number 4, 311. Amber Truly Do Be the color of my energy, and Ivory, the color of my girlfriend. Number 3, Pepper. Never heard this one. I'm going to hit play really quick. You're not going to hear it. But here, how about this? I'll send it to you, and we can check this out. Check out this white boy swag.
There it is. I don't know how I forgot to tell you this.
I know you guys can sing. You do it every day in your fucking. Well, you got a lot to it, so wait.
Oh, wait, don't do that. I'm on YouTube. They'll fucking shut me down right away.
This shit sounds like dog doo-doo from a dog ass. Straight up coils in the toilet bowl, bro. Okay.
I have your next stream thing for you. Do you know what Suno is? I forgot to tell you about Suno, S-U-N-O. It is the most advanced AI music creator.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear the, hold on. Did you hear Suno, the Joey Two Shoes?
No.
It's so good. Hold on. I think I can find it. There, it got deleted off Twitter, so I'm hoping that somebody like downloaded it and uploaded it. There was so I love the idea that people are using Suno to bully kids at school by using it to make songs about how they're like fat or ugly.
I immediately made 2 different songs to troll my cousin.
Okay, let's why my next stream? Let's do it right now. Let's make diss tracks for one another using Suno. Are you ready?
No, I have to go. I'm very tired.
You're about to. Well, okay, you're tired. Well, guess what? You're gonna be retired when this Suno track drops because everybody's got. Well, 1 because of the rope, but 2, everybody's gonna know all your dirtiest, deepest secrets.
You reminded me of when you said white reggae. I had it make a reggae song about going to the bathroom, forgetting your phone, so you carve your ex's name into your thigh with a rusty nail. And it totally did it. It was, I got 2 different songs. Isn't that fucking hilarious?
Did you,
it was so good.
I mean, the one, I think most people know the one. Did you see the one where it was, the terms of service agreement in Phoebe Bridgers style?
No.
That one's gold, bro. Hold on. Let me send that to you, and then you can use that as your outro song since you're going to bed. Because it's a great outro song. Honestly, I think I might use it as an outro song for my stream and make it so that at the end of every stream, I make it so that everybody is signing a terms of agreement saying that they will not use this stream for anything other than its intended purpose. Everybody chat, sign in stream, sign your name. Let me check. Bookmarks. I've got this on demand. Real easy. Right after. Wow, these are all your girlfriend. I'm just kidding.
my favorite one that I made was I had it write me a song about 50 gnomes coming out of your stove and building Lego Star Wars, but you have to clean it up because your girlfriend is coming over with her parents, and it just did a phenomenal job. I'm fucked up at how good it is. It's better than it ought to be.
I've sent that to you. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up your stream on my computer, and then I'm going to get off here, and then we can all listen to it together. And that'll be our good night.
Okay.
Clicking it, and see you, buddy.
All right. I'm going to listen to this. I better not get YouTube struck for it. I'll be pissed. Let's see here. Yeah. Also, thank you guys for being here. Hopefully you like the stream. Oh, it looks like I got a new sub. That's cool. That's cool.
Permission is hereby granted, free of charge, to any person obtaining a copy of this software and associated documentation files. The software, to deal in the software without restriction, including without limitation the rights to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, distribute, sublicense, and or sell copies of the software.
Oh, I know
And
what's
to
that.
permit persons to whom the software is furnished to do so, subject to the following conditions. The above copyright notice and this permission notice shall be included in all copies or substantial portions of the software. The software is provided as is, without warranty of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to the warranties of merchantability, pisted for a particular purpose, and non-infringement. In no event shall the authors or copyright holders be liable for
It's funny how
any
good it
great
is.
damages or other liability, whether in an action of contract, tort, or otherwise.
Ah. Thank you guys very much. It was a night. It was quite a night. And again, extra special thank you to Froggy Style for once again being the sponsor of the stream. And thank you for everybody who liked the stream, whoever my new subscriber is. And I appreciate you guys for tuning in once again. What's tomorrow? I feel like I have something for tomorrow, but my brain is shorting out on me. It's been a long one. Chrissy Lavy, thank you. Good night, you guys.